It is 12:57. We're going to start the recording to allow for buffering before the meeting starts. The meeting will not live stream or be on Zoom until the chairman calls the meeting to order.
Recording in progress.
It is October 7 in the year of our Lord 2021. This meeting will now come to be in session, and we'll start off with giving the Pledge of Allegiance to our good old flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be opening it up for public comment in a moment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing light to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin, then a yellow light, which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, please discontinue your comments. In addition to opening public comments, public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and closing public comments. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and the control of the Board of County Commissioners. Public comment is now open.
Jerry Turner. I'm here for concern for our kids, grandkids, and great-grandkids' futures and future generations. We are under attack. Read the book, Behold a Pale Horse by William Cooper, who was murdered for its contents, and the Bioinitiative Report, YouTube, written by experts on the effects of 4 and 5G millimeter wave radiation. Wi-Fi, microwaves, 4 and 5G millimeter waves within their frequency bands are causes of thousands of diseases and sicknesses through 5G pulsations and LED light-emitting diode, photons, light energy. The now corrupt World Health Organization has written 350 pages of 4,500 illnesses and diseases created by microwave and below. 4G and now 5G with 6G coming. Some of them diseases and illnesses are headaches, dizziness, nausea, nosebleeds, ringing in the ears, tingling of the skin, burning, rashes, hard to breathe, oxidative damage, sleeplessness, cancer, diabetes, brain tumors, sterilization, neuropathy diseases, eye problems, autism, dementia, birth defects, damage to male sperm and female eggs, heart disease, damage to brain development, apathy, anxiety, energy loss due to microenzymes and cell DNA damage from 5G that causes death, blamed on COVID-19. And long-term memory loss on ongoing life, injuries, death, and life savings, creating dependency as designed by 5G military weapons using pulsating military waves in conjunction with photons, light energy that can be condensed. Is my time up? To be continued in the next public comment.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Brett Tibbetts. I'm a 10-year resident of K-Rock. About 5 years ago, I was the lead plaintiff with 50 other customers of the K-Rock Water District to sue the county because the county was forcing us in violation of its own rules to subsidize another water district up away. And, excuse me, the county had been, the former boards had been flipping like a fish on the dock after being caught about what to do about the situation. And so we raised the money and we persevered. We were not greeted kindly when we filed the lawsuit, but eventually we prevailed. I give a lot of credit to Doug Ritchie for that, and changes in the board and changes in county staff. But I'm not here to talk about the past. I want to talk about today. This week, our water system and part of the K-Rock Water District and K-Rock itself will have been completely redone. Our water system failed left and right before. You couldn't turn on the fire hydrants. They would bust the pipes, and it was a disaster waiting to happen. And I wanted to thank the county for this progress. And I specifically want to thank Public Works and Phil and his team. They did an excellent job in getting it done. Phil also made the decision, I think it was Phil, to change contractors this year. It was a 2-year project. The first contractor was fine, but he switched to Sierra Nevada Corporation, which was superb, A+. They're not cheap, but they do an amazing job. And I wanted to thank specific people from S&C. I don't know if you've been to K-Rock, but it's long, narrow, steep streets. It's not easy to lay new pipe and let people in and out of their homes. So the main project manager was Dave Funk from S&C. The main project inspector from CME Group was Andy Eschita. Project manager of Team 1 from S&C was Max Caruth. Project manager of Team 2 was Miles Herrick. Other 2 project managers were Ryan Elder and Scott Peters, and traffic control was done by Shannon Davis. So they just did an amazing job. They became our friends. They were highly responsive. If you had a problem, they were there within 10 minutes at our houses. And to conclude, I also really got to thank Greg and Mark from the Public Works Department, Greg Malendow and Mark Moran. They do an amazing job in keeping our system going. They are highly responsive to our needs. They had to work through all the years in which our system leaked left and right, but they are great people, and I just want to call them out. So thank you very much.
Mr. Tibbetts, good to see you again, sir. How's the lake doing? How's the lake level doing?
Up to say thank you. So I thank you mightily.
To have you here, I think this is the first time anybody's given praise to the county.
Casey Rogers for the record. U.S. Civil Rights Protection. My legal right to enter a shop and be served at this establishment or any establishment without covering my face or showing proof of vaccination is protected by state and federal law. The private business has a legal classification as a public accommodation according to Title III, Reg 28 CFR 36.104. Your private business serves the public and therefore must abide by all state and federal laws. No business policy supersedes the law. No governor's order, health order, emergency, or pandemic supersedes constitutionally protected rights. This business is open to the public, and I am the public. Your denial of my service can violate several federal laws. Federal Law 28 CFR 26.202 prohibits denial of participation from this business establishment. 36.202C states that unless I have been individually assessed as a direct threat, you may not exclude me from the same or equal service as others. Denying my service or requiring me to be served outside or be limited to home delivery is a violation of Title 237 of the U.S. Civil Rights Act of 1964. Title 3, Section 36.202 ABC and 36.203 ABC states that I shall not be denied the same participation and equal access as everyone else. The law prohibits you from serving me separately or differently. As such, this business is prohibited from unlawful discrimination by denying the entry of any member of the public who is not disturbing the peace. To do so, it is a crime of unlawful restraint and interfering with commerce, and you will be held personally liable for this crime. These premises are open to the public, and thus any charge of trespass is a false accusation, as I am complying with all lawful conditions allowing me to remain on these premises and you be served by this business without discrimination. I do not need to disclose my condition to you. Learn about your rights and how to defend them at www.thehealthyamerican.org. My question is this a constitutional county? Are you a constitutional sheriff? The end.
Can you stand by just a moment before you start your comments?
Ted Gaines.
Wait, Ted, just stand by a minute.
Ted Gaines. I told you I was going through these things. If you commissioners checked on anything yet, I'm sure you substantiated everything I said. Let's talk about a pump station that was put in at Big Skies out in Genoa. There was a contract for that pump station. A developer hired an electrician to put it in. They put the wrong panels in. So our certified electrical inspector would not sign it off. So the Douglas County, the building department, which, like I've said before, is about 9 of these people all work for the same developer here, decided they'd build a building over it. Cost all these people in here and Douglas County $15,000 to $20,000 to build this building because he didn't comply with his contract. They did not make him comply with his contract. Now Pat's upset, says I cost this county $30,000 with this investigation. I cost this county $15,000. He okayed the second $15,000. So that would be on him. He didn't get mad at our district attorney's office for doing a full investigation on the building department not following procedure and sending the C of O to the utility department, which probably cost $50,000 in investigation. He sure didn't get mad at our DA's office for that. And he didn't get mad at Mr. Lundergreen in the building department for spending the $20,000 to build this building for us. Now, you guys had a meeting last week. 2 of your commissioners were deceived, were not told the truth. I was told to call a rock, but I'm going to be a little nicer. You were not told the truth at the meeting. There's a tower, a communications tower in Topaz. You were told that they were working on getting this rating. It was never C of O'd. I have the signed green card that finalized that building. I have a copy of it. But somebody's went in and removed off of a cellar where they signed it. They've removed classified information. That's almost fraudulent. And that's a flat lie. The only people that can move it is about 3 people in the county. They know that. So when they told you that that building hadn't been certified, hadn't done anything, is wrong. The auditor at that meeting has seen it. He's seen the verification where it was finalized. He's seen the paperwork where our new building official said you don't have to be a general contractor to do commercial work. Anybody can do it. Now, this man has falsified documents, like I've told you before, whatnot, and he's one of the only people that could remove this off of Sella and come up with this stuff. Now, I don't know whether he wants to buy it, Wendy Lang wants to buy it, but our county manager is selling it. And I don't think us, as the public, deserve it. Thank you.
Is it ready? My name is Jim Jackson. I live up on Tony Court off of Johnson Lane. Met with a couple of the commissioners at a meeting they had, I think it was last month. We talked about an invitation to come up to our neighborhood to see what the effects of the proposed BLM flood control project would be, specifically in our area. I'd like to extend that invitation again, and at the conclusion of the meeting, I'd be glad to talk to you and see if we can arrange a time. I'd like to also invite the sheriff so he can see what we're talking about as far as the people camping out on BLM and watching our properties with field glasses. They know when we leave, when we come home, when our kids are there alone, and something needs to be done about that. I'd also like to invite Courtney Walker, who is the flood control czar here, I guess, to come along with that and see what we're actually talking about before the whole project gets put into operation. And that's mainly what I wanted to say. So at the conclusion of the meeting, I'll be here to speak to any of you about setting up a time or whatever's convenient. So thank you.
For the record, my name is Dan Oster. I'm the owner of the Sunridge Golf Course located at 1000 Long Drive. Took over operations in 2018. I'm here today to speak in opposition to Ordinance 2021-1587. It's a new ordinance related to closing a golf course. I'm happy to report that I have no intentions of closing my golf course. In fact, we're looking at investing 100 to 200 million in new infrastructure, resort, and activities that would include another 18 holes of golf, mountain bike trails, a multi-sports complex for youth sports, and many other sort of tourist-based amenities. This ordinance is not going to derail our plans, but I think it's unnecessary. I think it unfairly and unwisely targets one industry. There's already nuisance laws on the books, and if somebody were to file a claim based on that, we would we would deal with it and we would fix the problem. I have the sense that this is a disagreement amongst neighbors at one course that is now being sort of expanded to affect the entire county. And again, I think it's unnecessary and it just becomes an impediment to what we're trying to do. I would encourage you in your wisdom to allow those folks to kind of moderate and fix their own disagreement with the rules that are already on the books, and please refrain from adding another one that I don't think is going to be helpful. Other than that, I think this is a great place to do business, and I love you all. Thank you.
Jim Slade. Earlier this year, this board asked staff to bring forward recommendations on how to modify the building permit allocation system to make sure that it complied with the letter and intent of the growth management ordinance. In July, staff did just that, at your request. They presented common sense ways to amend and clarify the allocation system. Most of the recommendations seemed to be supported by both the board and the Planning Commission. The only one that was controversial was the recommendation to spread the unused allocations accumulated over 14 years to spread them over 10 years, in keeping with the intent of Section 110 of the Growth Management Ordinance. Regarding the allocation system, the master plan has said this, quote, "In addition to directing growth to the places where it is most appropriate and consistent with the land use element, the county should control the rate at which growth occurs. Uncontrolled growth makes it difficult for the county to keep up with expanded needs for road, water, sewer, and other facilities. Unpredictable growth makes it difficult for the county to plan for the best use of its limited groundwater resources. In order to protect both the county's financial and natural resources, the county should adopt a building permit allocation system covering residential uses. The allocation system will allow for a predictable growth rate, which provides for an averaging of peaks and valleys of growth over time. This provides for an orderly basis on which to plan and fund infrastructure and protect our groundwater resources," unquote. The master plan envisioned a limited number of excess allocations to be used in any given year. The nearly 2,000 excess allocations at this point threaten to disrupt the purpose of the ordinance, to set a steady, sustainable growth rate so that the county can keep pace with the services and infrastructure. In that regard, I would urge the board to limit the nearly 600 excess allocations in the project pool to no more than 60 per year, and likewise to limit the individual pool to no more than 100 a year. This would fulfill the letter and intent of the ordinance and would help prevent any sudden boom followed by the inevitable bust, and would give the county a better chance to keep pace with necessary services and infrastructure. A number of developers have suggested that the ordinance allows them to use any and all of the unused allocations wherever and whenever they want. Yet the ordinance in Section 110 says the following: excess allocations will be carried over in their respective pools until the board determines a different distribution. It goes on to say when excess allocations exist, an applicant may submit an application at any time and an allocation will be issued or denied. So staff's recommendation is a common sense means by which to comply with the intent of the ordinance. I believe that it is premature to implement a building moratorium at this time. I think the essential first step is to adopt the modifications to the building permit allocation system as presented to the board by staff at your July 1 meeting. This should be agendized and approved as soon as possible. Thank you.
Is there any further comment from the chambers? Natalie, anything on Zoom?
Natalie Wood for the record. If we have anyone participating through Zoom that would like to provide opening public comment, please raise your hand. No public comment through Zoom.
Thank you, Natalie. We've got a technical problem here. Just a moment. Can we go?
Mr. Chairman, we're having a little technical difficulty with the yellow light, which comes on at 30 seconds remaining. If you're going to make public comment, I will raise my arm at 30 seconds.
And for a test, we're going to use County Manager Patrick Cates for the public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to not be timed on this one. I just wanted to give a little update in response to a request from Lynn Muzzy at the last meeting regarding updating the community in Johnson Lane on the Painted Rock Mine, in particular a response to AJ Ursick, who's kind of been leading that community effort. And just for the benefit of the public, I would like to read my response to Mr. Ursick that I prepared this and sent to him this morning. I'll skip the preliminaries. Let me give a brief overview of the process before getting into specifics of the status of this proposed project, the Painted Rock Mine. Apologies if this background you already know, but I think it helps everyone to review. The property in question is Bureau of Indian Affairs trust land held by the federal government in trust for individual tribal members for the express purpose under federal law for development to generate income for tribal members. Knox Excavating proposed the Painted Rock Mine on behalf of the tribal property owners. As the federal agency responsible for the land proposed for this project, the BIA has sole authority under federal law to approve, deny, or condition the project. In order for the BIA to consider this project, the National Environmental Protection Act, NEPA, requires the agency to review the environmental assessment, or EA. The EA is reviewed by the BIA in draft form before it is released for public input. As part of that review, the BIA can enter into cooperative agreement with other agencies to be cooperators in that review. The EA is complete. When the EA is complete and put out for public comments, the BIA will then make a decision. One option would be for them to determine the EA does not adequately address concerns under NEPA and that a more detailed environmental impact statement, or EIS, must be prepared. There is much more extensive documentation than an EA to make that takes significant time and resources. If the BIA determines an EA is sufficient and an EIS is not needed, then they will issue a finding of no significant impact, or a FONSI, and the project would then be approved by the BIA to proceed. Getting back to the Painted Rock Mine project proposal, as you know, the first EA that was published did not have input from BLM or the county. Most egregiously, work began on the site before the BIA even considered the EA approval. Thanks to the intervention of Congressman Amodei, the BIA halted the project and agreed to have the EA redone and accept both the BLM and the county as cooperating agencies on the EA review process. It is exceptional for the county to be allowed to be a cooperator in this review, so I'm thankful for Congressman Amodei for giving us that voice. I provided you a copy of our letter to the BIA accepting the cooperator status back in January. Since that time, the process has moved very slowly. The county team doing the review includes Assistant County Manager Jennifer Davidson, Community Development Director Tom Dallaire, Transportation Engineer Manager John Erb, and Deputy District Attorney Sam Taylor, with my final review on comments back to the BIA. So far, the BIA has provided drafts of the first two chapters of the EA, and we provided extensive comments. It is our understanding these chapters are undergoing revisions. We have not seen any other chapters and are expecting 6 or 7 in total. These are all draft documents not ready for release to the public under NEPA. I think it will likely be many more months before the BIA has a draft EA ready for public input. The reason you haven't heard much is because this is moving very slowly at the federal level. Until an EA is done and released to the public, the BIA will not be able to consider approval of the project. This could go on for some time. Until then, the Painted Rock Mine will only be a proposal. And just some additional information that we heard from the BIA this morning, that they are redoing those 2 chapters, and they are collecting additional data, noise data, property value data, and
From the chambers or on Zoom? I don't think there is. So seeing none, we'll move on. Approval of the agenda. For possible action, approval of the proposed agenda, the Board of Commissioners reserves the right to take items in a different order, to accomplish business in the most efficient manner, to combine 2 or more agenda items for consideration, and to remove items from the agenda or delay discussion relating to the items on the agenda. Item number 5 is going to be pulled for a later date. So based on that, do we hear a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chair, so moved.
Commissioner Gardner?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Approval of previous minutes. For possible action, discussion to approve the draft minutes of the August 31, 2021 emergency meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Do we have a motion?
I move to accept the previous minutes.
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Noasad, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to the consent calendar. Are all the items on the consent calendar in accord? Does anybody want to pull anyone for discussion? See none. Can we get a,
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent calendar items A through G.
Mr. Chairman, I second that motion.
have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Noasad to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Now we'll move to the administrative agenda. And we'll start with item 1. Is for presentation only. Presentation by Congressman Mark Amodei regarding the Tamarack fire and the federal update. Congressman Amodei, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For your record, my name is Mark Amodei. I represent Nevada's 2nd Congressional District, which includes 11 counties, all of the original part of the state of Nevada. No disrespect to the people from where Commissioner Tarkanian spent some time. But like many people in the state, he got here as quick as he could.
You still hold grudges because you got beat in the state playoffs, I know.
Oh, that's right. You were in junior high then. It's okay. I'm mindful of your agenda today and that you've got a lot to do, so I'm going to kind of go through the high points, and then if there are any questions, Mr. Chairman, if any commissioners have any questions on other stuff, that'd be great. We'll hope that we're behind it or away from it for a little bit while now after we talk about Tamarack and the Calder fires and how the Calder fire never quite crossed the state line, but the Tamarack fire did a pretty good job of that. Total acreage on the two is Calder is north of 220,000. Tamarack was around 68,000. Congratulations go out, first of all, to your folks in the East Fork Fire Protection District, and Chief Carlini reached out early on in that as it was bearing down on the state line and made sure that that the folks in Oakland for the Fire Management Assistant Grant process had been fully tuned up and eventually came through with that. Great work in doing the saves that were done. by your folks at East Fork with help from many other agencies in terms of Holbrook Junction, Topaz Ranch Estates, and all that. Not good news for the 7 folks who lost their homes, but compared to the way it was looking the Thursday before, I think it was bracing for a lot more. I would be remiss also if I didn't say thank you to the first responders and the law enforcement folks, because when the whole countryside's burning, obviously there are a lot of crowd control issues, safety issues, all the stuff that goes into that in terms of everybody from medical to law enforcement, obviously fire, the whole 9 yards creates quite a challenge when you're basically dealing with a emergency like that goes on a regional scale. We are still looking into, there was quite a bit of traffic on the internet and everything else on trees were on fire. They were for several days. They weren't responded to, all that other sort of stuff. Suffice it to say that I don't think there's an argument that the lightning strike was a couple weeks before it started moving. The Forest Service was keeping an eye on it, made a tactical decision to not keep an eye or to not engage that actively at the time. Their priorities were elsewhere, and then you get the wind event, and guess what? The tree that's in pretty benign terrain at the time and remote and all that other sort of stuff, when you add the wind to it, quite frankly becomes what we now know as a Tamarack fire. The claims process in that is not something that's fast, but I expect that those folks who suffer damages as a result of that will ultimately end up in the way that it's happened before when the Forest Service has made a mistake. It'll be a process that takes some patience, though, if history is any indication. Good news is Calder Fire never quite got across the state line, got about as close as you could. Lessons learned from Tamarack, however, helped us be a little bit more ready for Calder when there were communications issues between all the folks in the incident team, the fire suppression folks, so that we were able to make sure that the folks at the Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District, as well as East Fork and Chief Carlini, were full participants in all the information. Didn't start out that way, but it ended up that way. And I think everybody's been sensitized to, you don't wait until stuff starts turning black in your jurisdiction before you start talking about that and handling those issues that need to be handled in terms of logistics, coordination, and all the stuff that goes with the maximum possible response. So we're following up on that also in terms of making sure that those lines of communication become part of the standard operating procedures when you get close to things like county lines, state lines, cities, stuff like that. And so there's more work to be done. Now that the air's cleared up a little bit doesn't mean that we shouldn't be continuing on with making sure that the next time when we get that stuff, obviously we in Nevada are concerned about it because the wind usually blows from the west. So we'll keep working on that and provide you with updates as that goes on. Douglas County Lands Bill has been reintroduced. I know that this board is well aware of it. The high points are 67 acres to the state of Nevada for state parks, 7,700 acres to the county for flood management and public purpose, sale of up to 60 acres within a year of enactment for facilities for long-term planning process between the BLM Carson office and your folks' planning folks. They're lands that have already been identified for disposal through the BLM planning process. We've also got 188 acres for flood protection and infrastructure sites that I don't think are the Johnson Lane one, they're the other ones. And then we've also got 1,084 acres to be used to Douglas County for open space, 2,600 acres for the Washoe tribe, and 12,300 acres for wilderness area designations. This bill is, and it's a misnomer in the history, the Douglas County Lands Bill that is in the overall Lands Bill was the product of Douglas County and people responsible in Douglas County. We don't draw lands bills up and say, here's what we did for you. You draw it up in it because of the belief that this represents what the consensus of the county commission, the planning commission, your elected and planning officials did. So that's what this represents. It's been introduced both as part of the overall Northern Nevada package, which includes the Federal Training Center at Fallon, as well as several other counties. So it's like, hey, it's a buffet, folks. You can take them one at a time, or you can take it all as one big project. I will tell you that last year we got within one stakeholder of having basically consensus that this is what they wanted. It was the Fallon Paiute Shoshone tribe, who quite frankly And these are my words, nobody else's, I think wishes that the Navy Training Center in Fallon wasn't there. Not saying that disparagingly, I'm just saying that's kind of what we got from it. So it's our hope that this year we renew that, and it's like, hey, if you got to hang up on Fallon, then here's the Douglas County Lands Bill. Go find somebody who's against that in Douglas County in terms of the engagement that they did, represents consensus in the county, and I think the right thing to do. So we'll keep you posted on that. Douglas County appropriations, there were no public funding requests in terms of the, and I know it's a bad word, you're not supposed to say it, but the earmark process that was brought back in this Congress. There were none from Douglas County. However, we were successful in an appropriations request for $7 million to upgrade water systems in the lake. I think you had somebody in here talking about Cave Rock a little bit earlier. That was a direct beneficiary of that. We've also laid the framework with the reintroduction of the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act reauthorization, which has water components, fuels management components, the normal stuff. It's set to expire in 2023. This takes it out to 2034 in terms of funding those type of operations historically within the Tahoe Basin. Let me look one more place here, and then I'll open it up to questions, Mr. Chairman. Reapportionment. I know that it's a big deal in terms of how we reapportion the state legislature at the federal level. Nevada's population grew a lot, but it didn't grow enough for a 5th seat. So what that means for the 4 seats are they're going to get bigger. Washoe County's population over the 10 years grew by 16%. Clark County's grew by, I think, 78%. I won't comment on what the record should reflect at this point. But anyhow, what we expect is that districts will get larger, which means that each congressional district will represent about 776,000 people. Right now, CD2 represents all or part of 11 of Nevada's 17 counties. We expect that number to go up to 14. And you say, well, how will that number go up? Probably White Pine will be added back in. We'll get Lyon County will be reunited, so Yarrington won't be part of CD4. We expect Mineral County to be part of CD2 again. And then if there's a little bit of change, Gabbs, the home of the tarantulas, will be part of CD2 for a little tiny piece of Nye County. The other 3, 1, 3, and 4 will continue to be centered in Clark County. And I think you'll see an attempt to try to true those up a little bit more so that, for instance, Congresswoman Titus's district isn't D plus 15. She'll probably end up giving up 4 or 5 points to her 2 colleagues, Stephen Horsford and Susie Lee. But that obviously is a work in progress, and it isn't anything until the legislature does it, so stay tuned for that. Another topic that's come up from time to time is the wild horse situation out at Fish Springs. Right now, that's kind of in a holding pattern, I guess I would call it. There are some complaints out there, but the BLM folks say that they think the complaints are being suppressed by those who like the horses more than others do. And so that stuff's being kind of quiet. We will continue to monitor the situation so that whatever the requirements of the Wild Horse and Burro Act as they exist are enforced by BLM and also recognized by BLM. So more on that later as it develops, but at this point in time, Mr. Chairman, that's kind of the high points. If there are other federal issues or anything else, I'd be happy to respond to your questions or members of the commission.
Congressman, to make it easier, you stay at the podium and the people can ask you questions and we won't intervene in between. It'll be a dialogue back and forth and you control the floor. Okay. So if anybody has any questions for the congressman, please direct them. Congressman Amodei.
Maybe we ought to get some no-dos. Put everybody to sleep. I usually didn't do that in my younger years, but anyhow.
I got a comment. Is there anything on Zoom?
Yeah, there's the actual designation of I-11. It was Mexico to Canada because there was nothing between I-5 and I-15. And so that means when you get to our part of the neighborhood, it's Nevada. And so with that, obviously the first part that was the most pressing in terms of the policymakers was, we want that north-south interstate between the Valley of the Sun, the Phoenix area, and Las Vegas. NDOT has been in the process of, oh, I thought I broke the equipment. Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. NDOT's been in the process of tentatively identifying a route once you leave Las Vegas, because as you know about Mercury, the 4-lane stops. So what are you going to do? Right now, they're pretty well wrapped up in how they're going to get through Vegas, because the federal highway folks don't say, just put a sign on the existing one and we'll call that one too. It's a little more involved than that. And it's going to be, make no mistake, it's going to be tough to find a route through the Las Vegas Valley, north-south, because quite frankly, a whole bunch of it's full. And then you've got some, what are you going to do? Major condemnation, or how are you going to do that exactly? The fights up here have been, basically, I don't think there's much argument between Winnemucca and north of Winnemucca. Now, the folks in Twin Falls will tell you that they think they're in the game. It's just been my experience being from a set. Guess what? When Boise wakes up, if they want it to go through there, guess where it's going to go through? So the question becomes, what do you do between Winnemucca and Mercury? And so the existing 95 alignment, quite frankly, is problematic when you start getting in Mineral County, because you've got extensive Native American land holdings on the east side of Walker Lake. On the west side, you've got the Wasatch Mountains, which are kind of an aggressive topographical area, where you say, oh, by the way, we're going to go through desert bighorn sheep habitat. We're going to make that a 4-lane instead of a whatever. Oh, and by the way, there's a few cultural resources around there as well. And interestingly enough, if you've got the town of Walker Lake there, which quite frankly, I don't speak for those folks, but I don't think they moved to Walker Lake because they wanted a 4-lane north-south interstate freeway kind of doing their thing there, which means you have to find something that makes some sense when you get to Mina and Luning. Are you going to go around the east side? Do you need Indian land for that, or do you not? Or are you going to go farther around and hook up with US 50 and go through Fallon? I think there's consensus that it's going to go through Fallon, even though the Reno people are like, hey, we want it too. But quite frankly, once you're in Reno, and there's a little problem with 80 East right now in terms of capacity. Once you get to Reno, it's like you're almost to 5. So I think that's all quite a ways out, though. So I would say this. The priority is Vegas to Phoenix. The challenge is the route between basically Winnemucca and Mina and Luning, if you will. So stay tuned. We'll see how that goes. We've played a pretty active role in it because obviously it's a big thing for Northern Nevada. And we want that to be as well thought out as possible. So I can ease some minds here, though, with the reputation of planning in Douglas County. Nobody wants to put it through Douglas County.
Natalie Wood, for the record, do you mind stating your name and restating the question for the record?
Dan Oster, I asked for an update on infrastructure spending and I-11 corridor alignment.
Thank you.
Do we have a personal attacks?
We can do that if you're ready for it.
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Gardner.
Congressman, thank you so much for coming and being here present. It's so much better to see you in person than on the silly Zoom platforms. So, and I know we've visited several times in that regard, and so I appreciate your attendance today. I want to go back to the Tamarack fire, which was your presentation, and obviously, well, I don't know that it's obvious, I shouldn't say that, but due to the cost of building increases that we've certainly incurred recently over the last 6, 7, 8 months in building materials and the lack of labor to help in that regard, the families that lost their homes in the Holbrook Highlands area are finding out that they are badly underinsured to do that. besides the cost of the personal goods they lost, but just the sheer building process of restoring their structures. So did I understand you correctly when you indicated that although it might be a slow service or a slow process, that there is possibly federal financial assistance to those families who did lose their homes down there?
And we'll hook them up. But beyond that, there's also the claims process through the Department of Agriculture, which is the Forest Service, to say, hey, listen, your actions resulted in this loss to me. So, I mean, I'm not going to go way deep into the claims thing, but it's like, hey, tell us what your losses are, blah, 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 and why you think we're responsible, and go through it. So if there's any questions with those folks, if they're kind of feeling like, I'm not sure where to go for answers, have them get a hold of us, because that's part of the job. We'll make sure they got the best possible information.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I've always found your office to be very accommodating in that regard and quick with the answers. So is that you anticipate that would be assistance that's available without litigation?
Well, let me put it to you this way. We will let them know what their options are. They'll obviously have a point of contact with the agency and what the offers are or whatever. We're not going to give them advice on we think you ought to settle or whatever. I mean, that's an individual value judgment. But we'll certainly make sure that they know every possible avenue for reimbursement, et cetera, that's available through that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Sheriff?
Sheriff, I have for you, Congressman, is talking with my counterpart in Alpine County, Sheriff Rick Stevens. One of the issues with the Tamarack fire was the jurisdiction of where the fire started and who would be allowed to go in and put the fire out. Is there any thought on, here in Douglas County, if a fire starts on Forest Service land, why wouldn't our local fire department be allowed to go and put the fire out as quickly as possible rather than waiting for either permission or allowing the Forest Service to get their act together to do that without penalizing, because that's what it comes down to, fines or the local jurisdiction being penalized for doing their job. Does that make sense?
Resources, whether that's East Fork, Humboldt-Tioga National Forest, BLM, Carson District, or Inyo National Forest, they kind of get close down. So anyhow, we'll take that back and get back with you. If there's a need to get with Bill Dunkelberger at HT, if there was an instance where East Fork was told to stand down or somebody in Alpine County was told to stand down, then we'll certainly get to the bottom of it. That's the first I've heard of that, but we'll get back to you. We know where to find you. And I want you to know, unlike previous times, I'm just getting old. I just can't drive as fast. So now you probably got some calls when I was driving down going, who's the slow guy in the lane? I used to cuss those people, and now I am one of them. But anyhow.
Any further questions, comments?
You know, you're welcome, although I'll say this, and when it's BIA, which is an agency that's not famous for winning any 100-yard dashes, and I'll just leave it at that, but also there's a process under NEPA. You know, it's amazing. Everybody says, well, NEPA's good, NEPA's bad. If you actually look at the process, it's like there's a lot of due process in that, but it involves, you know, here's what we're planning on doing. Here's what the proposal is, so that the county can talk, that the district, the BLM district can put in their thoughts and all that other sort of stuff. And so, I'm not trying to be mean to the BIA, but quite frankly, the way that started out was a bit, let's just say, Wild West. And so, I think they're on the line now. Although I spoke with Jerry M., who's getting ready to retire, I think at the end of the year, who's the acting head of the Carson agency, who's doing that. But we'll keep a close eye on it so that the thoughts of your county planners as well as the folks who live out there and all that other sort of stuff. And I heard mention of a traffic study, which is probably appropriate. So anyhow, just trying to get them to follow the process, I think is a step in the right direction before you find out approved, not approved, or whatever. But we're going to keep a close eye on it. So. Yep.
My name is Terry Kyler, and I had complimented him on stepping in to help with the process of the Knox mine, Painted Rock mine.
Any further comments or questions for the congressman? Seeing none, I have one.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
When you get back to the swamp, see if you can tell those people to quit spending money like confetti. And this guy, Bernie Sanders, keeps spitting into my TV screen. You might mention that to him. Thank you.
I hadn't heard that, Mr. Chairman, but you can rest assured that I'll walk across, see if they let me on that side of the building, and make sure that Senator Sanders knows that he needs to. The good news is, after trying to get an unlimited debt ceiling extension, to say, hey, all the money we can put on the debt before December 31st of next year, they're now talking almost $500 billion by December 3rd. Yeah, that's the good news. So all I can tell you is everybody's got their own therapy. My therapy for trying to keep, my cheese on my cracker is to watch reruns of Gunsmoke, and it seems to help me. So. Everybody's got their own preferences, but.
Well, Congressman, this is a most auspicious and heralded occasion for our little county, and we duly appreciate your coming by to talk to us, and you have our support back there in Congress, because we can only imagine what a dogfight it is. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'll try not to embarrass you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Case?
Just a procedural issue. If those who spoke during the last agenda item, if you wouldn't mind signing in on the sign-in sheet during break, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We'll go to item number 2 for presentation only. Presentation by the Nevada Secretary of State's office regarding the voter outreach campaign. Mark Lashin, did I pronounce that right?
Volashin, yes, sir.
Volashin, okay, thank you, sir.
Perfect. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Volashin, Deputy Secretary of State for Elections for the record. I'm here today on behalf of Secretary of State Barbara Sagaski in order to discuss the plan for our voter outreach campaign and to ask for your assistance. In close coordination with your county clerk, and in addition to her local voter outreach campaign, I intend to spend significant portions of the next 18 to 24 months providing facts to groups of current or future voters. Among the many lessons learned from the 2020 election cycle, we identified the very clear need to spend more time talking with voters about how our elections are conducted and administered at the state and local level. The specific procedural and technical details, something that had not previously been of interest to many voters, are now being discussed at dinner tables, association meetings, and on social media across the state. Unfortunately, many of those discussions include everything from deliberate falsehoods to simple misunderstandings about the federal and state laws to which we maintain strict compliance. That alone has led to significant confusion. But adding to this confusion, the 2021 legislative session created a number of changes to how our elections will be conducted during future election cycles. These changes include different timelines for ballot submission and signature curing, new options for specific classifications of voters, and others that will further complicate voter understanding of an already complex process. While I have an acute understanding of our state's election laws, I do not have as keen awareness of your constituents, their concerns and questions, or how to best contact them. Therefore, in order to maximize the effectiveness of this voter outreach campaign, I ask that through your county clerk, you direct me towards those advocacy groups, community leaders, and others who could benefit from a discussion about our elections. These conversations can be in person when possible or via Zoom, and there's no limit to how many we can schedule or a deadline by which we must be complete. Of course, I will try to talk to as many people as possible before the 2022 general election on November 8th of next year, but I recognize that these conversations will need to continue well into 2023 and 2024. Of note, I will ask to schedule a similar meeting such as this with our statewide elected officials, tribal leaders, your county school board, and many other boards and advocacy groups across the state. I would also like to schedule an additional in-person meeting with this board so I'm able to discuss these same items and can address any questions you may have. Our electoral process is intricate, but our voters deserve to hear from a trusted source about how it works, what Amy and her team do to comply with federal and state laws, and why I am firm in my belief that our process is secure. With that being said, I'm available for your questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Tarkanian?
First of all, I'd like to say my wife said it was very nice meeting you, and she was looking forward to you coming here for this meeting. I got a couple questions, and I don't know what you'll know personally on this or not, but I understand, and I don't know how many of the voters out there understand, but the Secretary of State's office has very little impact on the laws that are being passed concerning voting. I think the Secretary of State gets to submit one bill, and it's hardly ever gets approved by the legislature when it's from the other party. So this isn't a negative reflection on her, but my biggest concern with what's gone on, I've said this over and over again, is a signature verification of votes that are coming in. The legislature has passed universal mail-in ballots, and I think that's completely wrong. It should only be going to people that have voted regularly. They're called active voters as opposed to inactive voters. But at least here in Douglas County, our county clerk manually had the signatures inspected, and I'm not sure what the percentage is, but it's a pretty good percentage. Actually, it's the only way I won, actually, for those that don't know. I was losing coming into the after the election day, but we cured more ballots than my opponent, and there were a lot of them out there because she checked the signatures to make sure manually. The biggest problem we have in our elections going forward is that Clark County does not check them manually. They check them through a machine, other automation. And the developer of the software for that machine has recommended a 50% level verification of the signatures. At no point should they go less than 40%. It's my understanding, it's been reported that they used a 30% verification level, and that the number of ballots that they challenged was very, very, very low. And to me, if you want to talk about and sit up here and say, hey, we should be secure with our elections, then how is that allowed to happen? Does the Secretary of State's office have any influence on requiring these county clerks to use a reliable level of signature verification, or are we at the mercy of what the county clerk does and their county commissioners, which happen to be all Democrats in Clark County?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. And there was a number of items actually that I would like to address affiliated with your question. First, you're spot on in regards to the role the Secretary of State has in regards to developing election law. We get phone calls and emails frequently asking why she doesn't manually change the statutes today, perhaps, without realizing that, again, we have to go through the legislative process. In regards to the signature verification on ballots, this is something that, again, not only is the Secretary extremely concerned about, but it's something, frankly, that across the state, every one of the clerks that I work with, and certainly all of us in the Elections Division, have put a very close eye on. Signature verification is something that's relatively new to the state, and it's something that we take very seriously. In regards to what happens in Clark County, I can tell you that the numbers that you were reporting may be a bit different from what actually was occurring. They did not adjust the machine to a 50% verification process. There was a manufacturer involvement in regards to how to read the quality of the signatures and those sorts of things. And in fact, the machine that was using Clark spit out and required humans to validate 70% of the ballots that went through that machine. So I think it's a lot higher than folks realize.
Can I interject?
Oh, yes, sir, please.
You're saying that the Clark County Clerk's office verified 70% of all the ballots that were mailed in?
The ballots that went through the machine, 70% of the ballots that went through the Agilis machine in Clark County were spit out and required to be validated by a bipartisan pair of people. Yes.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've never heard of those numbers. I'm anxious to see.
Yes, sir. And certainly that's something, again, the whole intent of this outreach program is to provide this sort of.
And you misstated what I said. About the 50% is what the manufacturer recommended. It's my understanding, it's been reported widely, and I hadn't seen it disputed, that they used a 30% verification. So are you saying that those numbers are wrong?
50%, yes, sir. That is not correct. In the way the machine has its one of the settings on the machine, unfortunately, is 0 to 100. A lot of people have perceived that improperly, and it certainly reported widely that that was a 40% setting. Simply not the case. It was set to 40. 40 was the manufacturer recommended setting, but frankly, again, it was not a 40% acceptance rate or anything along those lines.
No. We're not. I didn't say that. It's 40% is a level so that they can decide whether they should be accepting the ballots or not, based upon, I guess, what the signatures are at. And it's my understanding that the lowest level was 40% by the manufacturer, and that 50% was his recommended order. Is that not accurate, you're saying?
That's not accurate, sir, and I can certainly get you some additional information.
No, this is good because, I, as someone who's very concerned about voter fraud, as I'm sure every single person in this room is, I'm hearing different things. So it's good if this, and it would be good if Barbara would clarify some of these things, because I've not heard anything from the Secretary of State's office disputing this. And to me, when the vast majority of the ballots are coming in through the mail and through Clark County, it's going to turn the elections upside down. So just so we're clear, you're saying the manufacturer did not recommend his software was at a 50% level. You're saying he recommended a 40% level, and that wasn't the lowest level the manufacturer recommended?
It was not a percentage, first of all, sir. And second of all, the manufacturer worked with the Clark County Registrar's Office to identify the appropriate setting for the machine, given the signatures coming from the machine in Clark County.
I didn't understand that. I'm sorry.
Yes, so it's not a percentage, so the 50%, 40%.
I could be wrong. Maybe it's 40, but the number or whatever. It doesn't
Yes,
really
sir.
matter. It just matters, are they doing it at a high enough level to give the voters in Nevada confidence that these signatures are accurate?
And sir, I think you're highlighting an excellent point also. Since November, the Office of the Secretary of State, along with all 17 clerks, including, of course, Clark County Registrar's Office, has been scrutinizing all of our processes. Since then, we have draft regulations that address this exact issue with signature verification. And you'll see here soon one of our draft regulations that addresses the process to verify what a signature verification machine, what it should be set at, and how we're going to test them prior to an election. These are one of the many improvements that we've been working on since November. You commented about the Secretary not necessarily identifying this or coming out to argue. In part, the timing and why I'm doing this now in October instead of earlier in the year was because she didn't want us to come out and say, well, here's what we're going to do. Like, we're going to try and no. She wanted us to address things, and since I was appointed in October, she directed a holistic review of our entire election process, something that all 17 clerks, again, have jumped on board with wholeheartedly. Every process, every form, every regulation, everything that we've done, it has been legacy. Why are we doing it that way? How can we make it better? How can we improve it so that we can tell voters, yes, this is a secure process? That's why I'm here today.
Yeah, but I don't know, what do I call it? I know Barbara, Ms. Sagaski, okay? She has made it very clear that she believes, she has stated that there was no mass voter fraud. And I've listened to the reports that have come out from people in Nevada and through Trump's office, and they haven't given concrete evidence to show that that's not the case. But the issue I see is these signature verifications, because those are the ones that we can't see. Because when they submit the signatures, you take the envelope off, they submit them, you can't go back and verify them after they've done it, correct?
That's correct. Once the signature is verified, yes, sir.
So rumors have it, whether it's true or not, is that the GOP were not allowed to watch this verification occur at the time. Whether that's true or not isn't as important to me, that the machine is accurately catching the number of signatures that aren't clearly accurate. I mean, we should err on the side of accuracy as opposed to, hey, letting the ballot go through, because somebody can cure the ballot if they wanted to. I've never heard 70% of those ballots were manually inspected. In fact, I would think that would take a year to do if you're going to manually inspect 2.5 million ballots, or however many, there's 2.5 million voters down there, or however many people, there's 2.5 million people, how many voters is submitted?
1.3 million, yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, but that would take a long time. But I didn't get it. I didn't quite get the understanding, because this is very important. I hope I'm not just taking up too much time with this board. You're saying the county clerk used a 40% level, and you're saying that is what the manufacturer recommended, not 50. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. The manufacturer worked with the Clark County Registrar's Office to identify the setting.
That's the language. But you say working with the Clark County's office. What did the other county clerks use?
So only one other county clerk had a machine to verify up in Washoe County. Different type of machine. These signature verification machines actually have to match the election management systems. So because of that, there was only one other county. I will tell you there's a number of other counties, though, because we're a universal vote-by-mail state now, that are interested in looking at purchasing or getting signature verification machines themselves.
In my last question with regards to this, I got one other issue, but is what influence does the Secretary of State's office have on the county clerks of other counties to make sure these signature verifications are accurate?
The effect or the impact that the Secretary of State can have, one, first of all, again, and I think I understand what you're hitting at, 15 of our 17 clerks are elected officials that are responsible to their electorates. Nonetheless, we all work extremely close hand in hand from the state level all the way down to the clerks. And that's not just with Clark County, of course, even with Esmeralda, 596 registered voters, period, almost at 600. All of us work together to make sure that we're obeying the law. And there is, again, a mutual understanding of compliance in, back and forth. In regards to signature verification by the clerks, this is something that we have been working with the clerks even as recently as our in-person meeting. And we've identified regulations that are going to be more stringent going forward. And it will allow more observation by individuals, recognizing that these are things that voters have been expressed concerns about since November.
Call me foolish, but a Democrat county clerk that's been there for, I think, a long period of time, my wife said from the time we moved there, oversaw by a county commission that's all Democrats. And we're going to say, we're going to allow them to determine, or we're going to give an input, but they're going to get the final say on what they're going to use for verification of signatures. You know, it doesn't lead a lot of confidence to the people that these elections are being held fairly. And look, I wanted to be known. I listened to the evidence that was presented by the Nevada State Party, GOP, and some of the other stuff. And I've asked, show us the proof. And I didn't see any of the documentation that would have shown widespread voter fraud. But no one, and I'm telling you, the Democrats on this side haven't been able to answer why the signature verification was at a level that I was told it was lower than the manufacturer represented. And if it's not, or if you want it to be, it seems like what you're hedging on is now is moving forward, we're going to make sure it's even better. Well, then if that's the case, does the Secretary of State have that influence to require it, or are we going to be back at the mercy of the Clark County Democrat, all Democrat County Commission?
Yes, sir. Through regulations, we are going to require it. I will also let you know that all 17 clerks, again, that I've worked with and I talk to very frequently, are fully on board with exactly what you had said. We are defaulting to a signature cure. We are not going to push things through in an effort to expedite any election ever. It certainly didn't do that in 2020, and going forward, you will notice a much higher rate of required signature cures, in part because we want to ensure that if there's any question at all, then there's no question that we're going to reach out to the voter and ask them to confirm that this is their ballot.
Okay, second big issue I see with the problems with the legislature has passed is they have made legal the illegal use of ballot harvesting. It was illegal until they used COVID as an excuse, and they did a special session. It was illegal because of the way that it can be abused, the way that people can cheat in elections. I mean, going out ballot harvesting is when you go out and you can collect ballots from other people and turn them in, and you have no idea what pressure those people are putting on the people signing it. You might go to vulnerable people that don't know all these things. I think that is one of the worst laws ever passed. I understand the Secretary of State's office did pass the law, but how is the Secretary of State's office going to try to mitigate the potential of abuse of that?
Excellent question again, sir. It is something certainly that Secretary Sagaski is keenly aware of. You may remember she even proposed emergency regulations relating to ballot harvesting prior to the election. That were
She didn't get it on, though. That's the problem. I mean, then you have all these people in the mainstream media say, hey, why don't people believe this was a fair election? Because things like a common sense proposal by Ms. Sagaski to protect some of the ballot harvesting was denied. So again, if we're moving forward and you want people to believe these elections are going to be fair, what's going to be done to protect us?
Sir, I'll tell you, the Office of the Secretary of State will do everything within the legal framework that we're allowed to do. Federal and state laws, we will absolutely be in perfect compliance with those to the full extent of the law. In regards to something like ballot harvesting, certainly there's a level of awareness of what exactly is legal, what is not legal. There's a lot of discussion that's still ongoing about possible regulations that we may propose as well to try to, again, increase the amount of security. There has certainly been a lot of questions about what is limited and what's allowed, given what Assembly Bill 321 proposed.
Well, I would appreciate maybe before the next election if you could come back and explain what these actual measures are going to be. because, you know, Barbara Sagaski asked just to have somebody would have collected 25 ballots. They had to put the name on it, who collected it, and they said, no, that wasn't necessary. Well, that's ridiculous. I mean, what safeguards will be proposed? I know you're not answering now. Maybe you don't have an answer yet, but can you come back maybe later so that maybe we would have a better idea or a better feeling that these elections are going to be done fairly?
I'd very much like to, sir. Thank you.
And thank you. I don't mean to be harsh at you. This is a very passionate issue to so many of us here.
Sir, I personally appreciate your passion. It's something that, again, from the county clerks to the office of the Secretary of State, and certainly the Secretary herself, I feel the exact same way. So I'd almost be a little bit nonplussed if you weren't this way, especially given that I'm one of your constituents.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Novosad.
Question, if I may. A 50% figure and a 40% figure were used. What does the 50% demonstrate? Is that from the manufacturer?
So the Agilis machine is made by a company called Runbeck. They're the same company, incidentally, that do much of the signature verification for banks across the country. They applied the same process on the machine itself. It has a setting that relates to the dots per inch quality of the signatures. Something, incidentally, that again in 2020, the Runbeck corporate organization that, again, as I mentioned, worked with the Clark County Registrar's Office to adjust the setting given the number of signatures and the type of signatures that were going through the Registrar's Office. It has since been improved. Courtesy of a number of reasons that the signatures going through the DMV in particular are now of a higher quality. So going forward, that setting will not be 40 on the Agilis machine in Clark County. It will be something different because of the signatures.
When you say something different, if we start at 50%, you want to drop it to 40%, what's the criteria for doing that?
Again, sorry, as I understand it, is the dots per inch requirement of the signatures so that the machine is able to accurately compare what we have on file to what's actually on the ballot itself, the ballot envelope.
So what we're saying then is we're dealing with dots per inch to qualify a ballot.
Ultimately, dots per inch to verify a signature that then qualifies a ballot. Yes, sir, that is accurate.
And what if the signature is done with a felt-tip pen?
Then, again, when in doubt, that machine would spit it out, and it would be required to be cured by a bipartisan pair of people. They would look at the signature, look at what we have in regards to the what's on file for that individual and their voter registration. Again, and if there was any doubt, they're going to get a phone call, email, text message, a number of different ways from that clerk's office to ask the individual voter to confirm that that was their ballot.
So it seems to me then that if we do that, and the population of Clark County has been up 78% in 10 years, you're going to have a lot of counting to do, a lot of verification to do. When would we expect a certification of an election?
You know, sir, that's an excellent question as well. Again, you may remember there were some delays in regards to perceived delays, rather, in regards to the certification of our election. Truth be told, again, it wasn't a surprise. It was in statute. So when folks had some concerns about when the election was going to get called, again, really an unofficial term, ultimately everything was just done according to the statutes. Assembly Bill 321 changed that. So now we have 4 days after Election Day for a mail ballot to arrive at the clerk's office, and then there's 2 additional days for those signatures to get cured. So really 6 days past Election Day to allow for signature verification by the county clerk's offices across the state before a county commission is able to certify their individual election.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. For a minute there, I thought Commissioner Tarkanian was reading my notes because his questions were almost identical to the question I had, but it's too far away. I don't think he has super eyes to do that. But I had a number of questions that were extremely similar to Commissioner Tarkanian. I have to admit that after talking with Kathy Lewis, our previous clerk treasurer, and the process that we went through in our previous election here in Douglas County, I was extremely happy with the curing of those ballots that took place in the list of about 150, I believe it was, of unverifiable signatures. I don't have any lack of confidence in what our clerk treasurer did or is in the process of proceeding to do in the next election. We do have a very important election coming up in 2 years. There's a lot of, and I think most people in this room share with me the concerns of a governor who tends to overreach his constitutional authorities. So obviously with this election coming up in 2 years, or a year and a half now, I guess it is.
250 days.
Actually a year, right? Almost a year. Just about a year and a month. So that certainly concerns us. And the actual verification of signatures at the actual ballot box, at the actual voting process, really I don't think concerns too many of us. A person that actually takes the effort to go to the ballot box and actually cast their ballot and have their signature verified by an election worker, certainly in our county, and as you're saying, it was a machine in Clark County that did the, I don't know that that was the questions that really arose in that election down there. The real question comes into this mail-in balloting and the verification of signatures in there. And once again, I think our clerk treasurer's office did an extremely good job here in Douglas County of spitting out or disallowing those particular votes or asking people to come in and actually verify their signature, which requires an additional effort on their part. And if they didn't do that, of course, that signature or that ballot was not allowed to go through the system. However, with the tremendous amount of votes that take place in Clark County, do they verify that signature as it comes in before they separate that ballot from the actual envelope that ballot came through? And do they, if that signature is not approved then by a scanning machine or by a person, are you saying that that ballot and that envelope are not separated until such time as that vote is cured? Is that correct?
Mark Voloshin for the record. Yes, sir, that's exactly correct. The signature curing process occurs before the ballot is separated from the envelope. That's really the last gate, because exactly like you said, once the envelope is separated from the ballot, it's gone. That round is downrange and we can't get it back into the envelope because it's, again, secrecy of the ballot. It's going to be mixed in with the rest of them, which is why this process absolutely, again, across the board, from the secretary, all of the clerks, the entire election division staff, we recognize the importance of it.
Okay. And I share my fellow commissioners' concerns about the level of authorization or of the threshold that's placed in those machines and actually verifying signatures. That's troubling that it would be so low as to be 50%. It leaves itself open to 40, 50, 60.
I kept saying percent. It's not percent. I just
Whatever, but it's still a tremendous issue in my mind, in my eyes. But are you confident in talking with the offices, and is your office confident that our counterparts in Clark County are going to actually follow what your recommendations are regarding this signature verification? Because that's really the only thing we really have in place right now to ensure a clean election.
Yes, sir, without a shadow of a doubt. And I will tell you that I am not, especially after 20 years in the United States Marine Corps, the sort of individual that blindly trusts anyone or anything. So while, again, I know the Clark County Registrar's Office is going to abide by the law and the regulations because they have integrity, because they recognize it's the right way, the only way to conduct an election, we will be working very closely with them to make sure that happens, so that I can go to the other 16 counties across our state, look people in the eye and say, yes, this was a secure election.
It also seems to me that there should be an independent, unbiased individual, perhaps not from Clark County, that's verifying these signatures, by the way. You know, that lends itself too much to possible voter fraud.
that was a question I was going to ask because he just brought this up. It's my understanding, two people, as you said, two people verify the signature if the machine catches it. It's my understanding both of those people have to say it's not good or they count it. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Isn't one a Democrat representative, one a Republican representative, or are they both separately neutral?
Both the two individuals just simply have to be of separate parties.
Okay, so we have one Democrat and one Republican, and as long as one of them says it's valid, it's going to be valid. That's what you're saying?
That's what the statutes say, sir. Again, collectively across the board, we're defaulting to signature curing. We want signature cures. We want people to have confidence in the process, and the way that happens is by not allowing more ballots through.
Okay, so again, that's from a statute. The legislature passed that specific. It's not a procedure that was being implemented by the Secretary of State's office or the county clerk. This is a Nevada revised statute for election laws that said two people had to verify it, and if one of them says it's good, it counts. Is that correct?
I'll double check, verify, and we'll get back to you, sir, to confirm. Sir.
Any further comments or questions?
Chairman, if I may.
Okay.
Amy, John.
Chairman.
Mr.
Amy
Chair.
Bergens,
Amy
for the record.
Bergens,
First, one thing that Danny, that you had said was that mail ballots go to inactive and active. They don't. Mail ballots only go to active voters in the state. So inactive voters are not getting mail ballots, just to clarify that.
And I want to apologize because you told me that the other night, but you should have told me that when I was having a glass of wine.
I apologize. And then I just want to say thank you to Mark for coming here. Mark has been a great asset to Douglas County, especially with me coming in December. We have meetings very regularly, and when we don't, we're on the phone talking. So he has been great for Douglas County, and I just appreciate everything that he's doing. So thank you for coming down and addressing the commissioners.
My pleasure. Thank you for catching that, too.
Natalie, I think there's a couple questions in the audience.
My name is Henry Chesson, and I think all this discussion is beating around the main point. There's increased distrust of the election process, and that's corrosive for a democracy. How do you deal with it without having absolute openness and correctness of behavior?
Mark Voloshin for the record. Sir, an excellent question. And that absolutely is really the crux of why Secretary Segasky directed me to go to the 17 counties, to get out and to talk to folks. Again, for too long, that void in understanding between when you cast the ballot one way or the other until the Office of the Secretary of State and the Secretary identifies who wins an election, that void of information has absolutely been exploited. I was at a brief earlier today that addressed again how much foreign and domestic interference and misinformation has flooded our nation, filling that gap. And the only way to address that really is for us to come out, to talk, to hear your concerns, to explain again what the law allows, what the regulations say that we can do, again, from the state perspective, so that you understand how we administer and assist in the conduct of elections, to your county clerk to hear what her and her team do. By explaining that information, again, really the hope is that, and I'll tell you, it is a hope, because trust is hard to regain, and it's very much a two-way street. There's a lot of risk involved. You have to trust that I have integrity. You have to trust that Mrs. Burgess has integrity, that she's not going to pick and choose the laws or regulations that she wants to follow. That at the Office of the Secretary of State, and I will tell you, we get calls very frequently. Why don't you just do this? Why don't you just do that? You know it's for the better anyway. No, we follow the law. If there's questions about the law, if there's concerns about how to change it, there's certainly a process for that, and it goes to the legislature. But I think it starts with talking and understanding and really taking the risk to listen to each other so that we can explain exactly how things happen from a state and county point of view. This can't be it. I need to come talk to you all again. Again, community leaders here in Douglas, we can grab a pint at the Meat and Deli, whatever it needs to be, so that we can talk and I can hear your concerns and I explain, again, pure factual. I want my vote to count. I want my wife's vote to count just like you do. And the way that happens is by us following laws and making sure that we scrutinize the regulations, the forms, the processes, how machines get moved. What does it mean to be a bipartisan pair of people that get to escort something from one location to another? Do we have the funding for that? There are counties in our state where it's kind of hard to find people of different parties so that you have a bipartisan team, right? How do we overcome that? Like the realities on the ground across our state. We're not all Clark County. We got that. And how do we address that so that Humboldt, Lander, Douglas is able to meet these same statutes and regulations so we have a fair and secure election?
James McCallum, with the mass mailing of ballots, the voter rolls themselves concern me. In particular, I think the secretary did ask Clark County to clean their voter rolls, and that didn't get done in the last election. Wasn't done in time for them to do that. So what are you doing to make sure every county is cleaning their voter rolls, as we have certainly enough time before the next election to make sure that they're the best they can be, so we're not sending ballots to empty lots and et cetera?
Excellent question. Mark Voloshin for the record. The voter rolls is one of the things that the secretary keyed on right at the beginning, even before the election occurred back in November. And that was a major part of what she directed me to scrutinize, to see and look at and find ways to make better. I will tell you that first and foremost, there are federal and state laws that dictate exactly how fast you can remove individuals from the voter rolls. And that is something that, again, across the board, all 17 counties at the state level, we are collectively in complete compliance with. But there are ways to make it better, because you're right. There were ballots that went to places where individuals had moved. There's a number of different processes and procedures. And again, the clerks, all 17 of them, absolutely, with Amy and even down in Clark, we're hungry to look at these processes and try to figure out how to make them better. When you think about it, every ballot that gets mailed out, it was about $1.46 per ballot back in the 2020 general election cycle. They will never be that cheap again. Ballots will be closer to $3 or $4 going forward per ballot. So every one of those individuals that we can inactivate properly, legally, and keep them from getting a ballot is savings to every county at a time when we absolutely need money to go to schools and elsewhere across the state. So again, to save money, and again, we don't want ballots that are going to places where people have moved. During my 20 years in the military, we had 8 houses over 12 years. I never once thought to contact my county clerk to update my registration. Guilty as charged. And here in Nevada, where we have such a transient population, that happens a lot. Folks move to Clark County, try to strike it big, don't, and then go back to wherever they came from. Other folks do well, move from an apartment to a house, to a mansion, back to a house when it lands on red instead of black. Those sorts of things happen so constantly that it's certainly a challenge. Voter list maintenance, though, is something that happens every day of the week. People have asked me before, is it once a year? No, every single day of the week. The issue that came up prior to the election in 2020, we've already talked about how we're going to prevent that from happening again. Ultimately, it was a timing issue. We're part of the Electronic Registration Information Center. It's a process called ERIC, where the states that are involved exchange information in a secure way so that we can look to see who's been moving to and from different states. When 2 registrations pop up, we get notified, and that enables us to start the process, again, that is directed by law, where we send postcards to individuals and then wait for them to return them to whether or not we inactivate or keep their registration active. All of these processes are being scrutinized. Those timelines that happened in 2020 will not happen again. I can assure you that. We've already, again, we know when the election is. We backplanned. There's a 90-day federal blackout period where you can't inactivate folks. Before that, again, is when we need to make these changes happen. And again, across the board, the clerks have been very aggressive in looking at how we can make this happen and talking about it and scheduling it and making absolutely sure that we're aware of the fiscal timelines to order postcards. A lot of folks don't realize that how heavy we rely on elections mail, official elections mail for voter list maintenance. I remember seeing during the election last year, folks, I got a previous tenant had a ballot come to my house, or a sample ballot, and then they would tear it up. I think that right there prevented us from doing list maintenance. The proper thing to do is write return to sender, not available on that ballot, and put it back into the mail. When that ballot, or the sample ballot, or even if it's just an official election postcard, gets back to Amy, that starts the clock for her to be able to reach out and inactivate those individuals. So when people are tearing them up or they're throwing them away and trying to do the right thing, not realizing that it inadvertently is affecting the cleanliness of our lists. And believe me, I understand, right? I've talked to people before about return to sender and writing it on ballots. No doubt that peaked with Elvis Presley. People don't know that you can write return to sender on a ballot and then put it back in the mail and it will go somewhere. So again, part of our education process, but the list maintenance process is something that we take very seriously and are looking very closely at. And there have been a number of really good improvements to make sure that deceased loved ones, and other individuals that had gotten ballots last year will not get ballots again going forward. Sir.
Jim Jackson, you wanted to speak to the people about what we feel would straighten out the elections. My feeling is get back to an election day, make it a 24-hour day, no mail-in ballots unless it's an absentee ballot that has been requested, and voter ID when you show up to vote. That would straighten out most of the problems. Mail-in ballots, 6 days after the election, you can still receive them. All that stuff is a waste of time as far as we're concerned. Get back to one election day. At the end of the day, that's it. Make it a 24-hour day and voter ID. Thank you.
number 5. Sorry.
My name is Claude Hutchison. I was concerned with, as you the process of a ballot being kicked out, and you have two people that look at it. One person says it's a good ballot. The other person says it's a bad ballot. What happens at that point? Does the tiebreaker always default to the person that says it's a good ballot?
Mark Lawson for the record. Thank you. Again, part of what we're solidifying through regulation. Ultimately, the county clerks are the ones that were making the determination. And I will tell you, most of them went to ballot curing. Again, a lot of ballots that were not counted at all, I think in part because people didn't realize what signature curing meant. They mailed the ballot in, they voted, and then when you got a postcard or I don't know if you all answer your phone calls about extended car warranty, people aren't answering the phones, and so they're not being notified they have to cure their signature, and those ballots were getting discarded and not counted. That's a concern, and it's something we're addressing as part of this voter outreach campaign. But ultimately, again, and I know for a fact in Clark County, it went to the registrar himself to make the determination. And again, the majority of the time, in my discussions with him, he said he was defaulting to curing. And that absolutely is the way going forward for all 17 counties. Again, we recognize that we want people to reach out and be told, I've got questions on your ballot. That's going to help build trust. That's going to help build a recognition that we are following the laws and the regulations exactly as they need to be to ensure a secure election.
Mark, I'm still confused. In the instance where one says it's positive, the other says it's negative.
Goes to the registrar for the tiebreaker.
All right, and the registrar looks at this by themselves, or with the two people present that are pro and con, or it's just another level of review?
Yes, sir. Ultimately, another level of review.
And that one person then says up or down, whether it's counted or whether it's not counted.
Yes, sir.
Whether it proceeds with the process.
Again, the process from before, going forward, it will be something, again, to ensure that it's as secure as possible.
How would that manifest itself? What would be the next step that would give added confidence to all of us as voters that ballot is being appropriately adjudicated?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, it goes to the registrar. Mm-hmm. What added ingredient between now and Election Day might be added so that we would have a greater confidence
I see.
that that the process has been improved rather than just we're back into a circle?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Claude Hutchison.
Mark Washington for the record. It won't be, I suspect, what you're hoping for. Again, we have to work within the confines of the law. We're not able to add additional requirements that are not already directed in statute. So to that end, again, these regulations, there are public workshops about the regulations. They will be disseminated, again, extensively so that we can get additional input and feedback on them. Ultimately, some of these, again, I think are still under development and may change. But the bottom line is it is something that we're looking closely at. And while I may not have the exact answer right now, this is something that we recognize is an important part of the process to make sure that we are able to rebuild trust.
I'm William Field. My understanding is that ballot harvesting was approved. When you go down to vote in person, they have you can't campaign or have show preference to any candidate in that area. Is there a mechanism for preventing that during harvesting?
No, as it currently exists. Mark Washington for the record. I understand the question, sir, in regards to electioneering. That is the term that we use to describe that sort of visual influence on individuals within 100 feet of a polling place. That in part of the problem when it comes to ballot harvesting is that while the statutes say that an official ballot drop box has to have the words official, Individuals are able to have unofficial drop boxes. This is something that again, I noticed during the 2020 election cycle, a number of local outreach groups, churches asked to have unofficial ballots, ballot drop boxes. In those situations, we educated them on what exactly the statute said. For example, if you are collecting another individual's ballot, you're required to turn it into the county clerk within 3 days. So that if you have a ballot drop box, you can't just leave it there for a week and then every Friday pick it up because, again, there's a possibility of a violation of the statutes. In regards to electioneering near ballot drop boxes, again, isn't something that we've considered. I think in part because when you see the official ballot drop boxes, those will all be placed by the county clerks. In regards to, though, an unofficial drop box, I don't know how we would be able to regulate that or reduce the number of people or what they're wearing in regards to electioneering.
Jim Hartman for the record. I guess we have a half a dozen or 7 states that are all mail out voters voting. Washington and Oregon are 2 states that have been doing this for a decade or more, and they say it takes a long time to perfect the universe in a mail out election. Are there things we can learn from the states that have a history? Washington and Oregon, we've got a very transient population, as you make clear. Are there things we can learn from Washington and Oregon here in how to prune down the voter lists?
Excellent question, Mark Voloshin, for the record. I'm one of the members of the National Association of State Election Directors. It's an organization called NASED. Basically, it's my counterparts across the country, to include DC and the territories. We talk every other week, and that absolutely has come up. I have reached out to my counterparts in every other state that has universal vote by mail, and even there's a couple new ones in addition to Nevada, and that's exactly what we ask. Best practices, concerns, what should we be watching for? Are there vendor issues? Are there timing issues? All of these sorts of things to make sure that we're learning from another state's mistakes. You're absolutely right. For some of these states, they've been doing it for decades, and it's taken a while for them, especially the ones that were some of the first 2 or 3, to develop regulations and different statutes. We look very closely at their regulations. We look very closely at their statutes so that we can, again, consider what should we propose? Are there changes to our statutes that might better secure our electoral process? Some of those are absolutely within our ability to recommend. Others, again, frankly, we're not. It has revealed my time with NASED, kind of an unusual fact that, we hear 50 states have 50 sets of election laws. You don't know how vastly diverse that truly is. Across the country, there are so many things that I've heard recommendations. Make sure you do this. And I check, I'm like, wait a minute. That's specifically illegal.
Mr. Chair,
we can't.
Could I perhaps, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind?
Are you finished with what your comments were?
Bottom line, sir, we do, and we have, and we will. Thank you.
Commissioner Gardner.
Well, I don't want to be disrespectful to anybody in the audience, and I don't want to be disrespectful to the citizens of Douglas County. However, this is a issue, obviously, by the comments that we've received here today, a very important subject. And I would ask that Mr. Voloshin come and we set up a community forum to further air these questions. If we can do that in a community forum type of format, perhaps at our community center, that would allow an even larger audience for the Secretary of State and Mr. Voloshin to come, and perhaps even Ms. Bergens to come and talk about what we're going to do, how we're going to go forward, and what stopgap methods we're going to use in the next election to prevent possible voter fraud. So otherwise, I think we could go all day long on this subject here in this room. So, and I know we have a lot of other things on our agenda today. So anyways, I would propose that, Mr. Chair, if you would so direct, perhaps.
Well taken. Thank you, Commissioner Gardner. Are there any other comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
I want to thank you for coming. I've known Mrs. Sagowski for a good number of years, and I know how important voter integrity is to her. And I do know that she has taken a great deal of criticism that is unwarranted, in my opinion. I know her to be of the highest integrity, and I know that she did everything she could to keep this a fair and honest election. And I think that a lot of people have no understanding that she did not make the rules. The people in the legislature who are in power made the rules, and if we don't like them, we need to get rid of the people that made those rules and get some people that will make regular rules. Thank you.
Okay, in view of the time element, Commissioner Noah to my right is an old Navy chief. I'm an old artillery guy, and we decided that you're not bad for a Marine. The Marines that I ran into in the NAM, they would get themselves into all kinds of trouble all the time, but they were very dependable. And you've taken your arrows and discussed this valiantly. I'll just leave one adage with you, an old accountant adage: figures don't lie, but liars can figure. So on that, thank you for the presentation and talking to the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your time and attention.
I would add one thing. I agree with what the chair said, except referring to me as old.
That gives you a license for a lot of things. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and so let's try to get back here at about we'll figure back here at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
For any members of the public that provided any questions, could you come please sign in with your name, print your name for the record so that we can spell your name correctly. So any members of the public that provided questions or comments for Amade or Secretary of State's office, please come sign in.
Recording in progress.
Can we bring the meeting back to order? We're at item number 3 on the agenda for presentation only. Ceremonial presentation of Proclamation 2021P-094 designating October 3rd through the 9th as National 4-H Week in Douglas County. Commissioner Nosat has his cowboy hat on, so he's going to present the 4-H presentation. And is Miss Beatty in the audience? Oh, there you are. Okay.
Amazing.
Vice Chairman, oh, thank you, Natalie.
For the record. For the record, Walt Nosat. Proclamation, Douglas County, Proclamation number 2021P-094 by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, October 3rd through the 9th, 2021, as National 4-H Week in Douglas County. Bear with me. Okay, whereas Douglas County 4-H has a historic legacy and prosperous future, and whereas the mission of the 4-H Club is to assist youth in acquiring knowledge, developing life skills, and forming attitudes that will enable them to become self-directing, productive, and contributing members of society. And whereas since 1902, the 4-H Club has provided a world in which youth and adults work together to foster life skills, including critical thinking skills, record keeping, public speaking, and civic engagement. And whereas Douglas County 4-H became a program of the University of Nevada, Reno Extension, following the 1864 Constitution of the state of Nevada, calling for the creation of a state university. 10 years later, the University of Nevada, Reno was founded, and the Cooperative Extension was formed to bring research from the campus to the outlying communities. And whereas in 1938, the university purchased a permanent 4-H Club campsite at Lake Tahoe, a joint project between the Cooperative Extension, 4-H leaders, farm bureaus, and county commissioners. A year later, the first Nevada Junior Livestock Show was held in Reno. Both continue to provide outstanding educational and social activities for Nevada youth and for those from the neighboring counties. And whereas Douglas County 4-H has a dedicated volunteer base of adult and volunteer leaders who give selfishly of their time and knowledge to 4-H youth ages 5 to 19 each year in a variety of project areas such as sheep, swine, goats, beef, poultry, dog training, baking, sewing, horsemanship, shooting sports, teen leadership, and more. Really. All with the ultimate goal of fulfilling the motto of empowering the youth to make the best better as the confident, independent, and resilient leaders of tomorrow. And whereas the 4-H name and the 4-H clover emblem are federal marks protected by the U.S. Code 18707, and 4-H's are head, hearth, hands, and health, and are recited in our 4-H pledge. I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living for my club, my community, my country, and my world. Give me chills. Whereas during October of each year, the Douglas County 4-H program kicks off its official enrollment events, starting with our annual 4-H information night at 5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, October 19th at the Carson Valley United Methodist Church, open to all youth ages 9 to 19 and any interested adult volunteers. And whereas 4-H's nationwide network of nearly 500,000 volunteers and 3,500 professionals provides care and supportive mentoring to all 4-Hers helping them to grow into true leaders, entrepreneurs, and visionaries. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners that the week of October 3 through 9, 2021 is National 4-H Week in Douglas County, Nevada, and encourage all of our citizens to recognize 4-H volunteer leaders and their members for the significant impact they have had and made and continue to make by empowering youth with the skills they need to lead for a lifetime. And this is signed by our chairman. And I present this to you.
Okay, I want to thank the commissioners for this proclamation, and I also want to say that we are super excited this year to get these 4-H clubs up and going again. It was a rough year last year for the kids, so we've been able to add a few new clubs too. So, anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you for your help with the 4-H and the kids. It's a noble operation. We'll move on now to item number 4 for presentation only. The proclamation 2021P-097 recognizing October 2021 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Douglas County. And this will be presented by Commissioner Gardner, who has a story to go along with it. Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sincerely honored to have the opportunity to present this proclamation today. 32 and a half years ago, actually, I met the love of my life. Fortunately, she's here today. She was shortly thereafter, I met her, diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer. By the grace of the Lord, she is still with us today, as there are other many women actually that are here today also wearing pink that are breast cancer survivors. And so with that, I'm honored to ask Kimberly Bordenstein with with Carson Valley Medical Center, Jen Nalder, the director of Main Street Gardnerville, my wife Laura, and all other breast cancer survivors. Please come forward so I can read this proclamation. Thank you. I know a lot of you, oops, I didn't realize I was that close or that loud, but I know a lot of you think that this is strictly a female disease. However, it is not. And I don't know if you're aware of that or not, but we've known many men also that have been stricken with this disease. So it's important to recognize that as well. So, and then I'll ask Kim and Jen to say a few words about their activities this month within our county in recognition of this important date. But without further ado, and it's not nearly as long as Mr. Noah says, but anyways, proclamation, County of Douglas, Proclamation 2021P-097 by the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners declaring October 2021 Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Douglas County, Nevada. Whereas Douglas County recognizes October 2021 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, whereas Douglas County promotes safety and health on the job and at home, and whereas Douglas County supports efforts to fight this devastating disease. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners on behalf of the citizens and employees of Douglas County, the County Commissioners express their sincere continued support to fight breast cancer by declaring October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, adopted the 7th day of October 2021, signed by Commissioner John Ingles, Chair of the Board of Commissioners, and attested to by our Clerk Treasurer, Amy Bergens. So with that, short, but nonetheless just as important.
Wow, look at this. So, anyways, and hopefully we can get a picture about this. Maybe I'll stand in the middle of the women. This is good, right? We never pass up this opportunity, right?
This is my first meeting here. It's kind of entertaining. Okay, so I speak this way. Hello? Oh, right. I'm Kimberly Bodenstein, and I am the executive director at the Hospital Foundation. I feel like I want to turn this way so I can see everybody's faces. I'm just really excited to be here. I was hired in February to get this foundation up and running, and was really excited to know that Jen had started at Main Street, Gardnerville. Our mission here is to work with our community to increase healthcare services at the hospital and keep our funds local so that we here do not have to cross county lines to seek treatment. We have a lot of exciting things happening, the $40 million expansion, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard about. There's a bit of a name change issue that some of you may or may not be excited about. But along with that, we also are raising $1.5 million to build out a full state-of-the-art cancer center on the second floor. We just were approved in our budget to get a full women's services center on the second floor of the Ironwood Center that will be starting next year. We have our mammography machine and a couple of other things that go on there. We also hired our first oncologist, correct, Rhonda, just last year. So we're ready. We're ready to serve our community. This month in particular, we are having our Pink Ribbon Fund fundraiser out at the Pink House in Genoa. Lois Ray started our Cancer Center Fund with a generous donation of $50,000. So she is also hosting a Pink Ribbon dinner to raise awareness and partnering with Main Street Gardnerville, which I'm going to let Jen talk to you about that. So thank you very much. And Mark and Laura, I just can't thank you enough for this. Thank you.
Jen Nalder for the record. I'm your Main Street Gardnerville director, and I am really thrilled that this came together. I really appreciate the efforts of Commissioner Gardner and also working with Laura Gardner and all of our community here of survivors. And it means a lot to us because I think that we can all raise our hand and say that somebody in our family has been affected by breast cancer. And although our efforts aren't being singly focused on one particular cancer, the emphasis to bring a quick pink to our valley will make it known that our cancer treatment centers here need to have some attention because we all need these services, and whatever we can do to be supportive of those within our community is what we pledge to do. So in support of this Think Pink and Paint the Town Pink, we are indeed going to paint Gardnerville pink. Over the next few days, you're going to see some beautiful pots go up and down our corridor, as well as bows on the streetlights, not only in Gardnerville, but also through Minden, thanks to the town manager, JD, and his consent, and also the town of Gardnerville and their consent. This is one of the first, I think we had, 60 days maybe to put this together. This is one of the first acts that we're going to do as far as recognizing October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And so as the years progress, we hope to really expand upon it. If you guys want to brave the cold, our last wine walk will be October 21st. I know it's also a county commission meeting, but I love seeing you gentlemen out there on the streets after a really great meeting for a glass of wine. We encourage everybody to show up in pink and help us to really seal out this month with a bang. So thank you, Commissioner Gardner, and other fellow commissioners for doing this for us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pamela Litka, born and raised in this valley, fourth generation. I've worked with Bentley, Nevada. You can see my Cold Jacket here. I've worked with them for 22 years. We have put on Bunko for breast cancer for the last 18 years, and as you guys know, last year was a little difficult to hold any type of event. This year we also didn't have the best turnout, so instead we've turned it into a live silent auction. It's actually online right now, and Jen has all the information she can share with all of you. We are doing the best that we can to raise funds. That's all that's important. Mark mentioned earlier, men get this as well. A gentleman by the name of Thor stood up in front of 250 people 2 years ago to share his story. He passed 6 months later. He was in his mid-50s, and he had lived with it for quite some time. So to you men, check yourselves as well. It's important that all of you are checking yourselves, checking with your family. I was hit with it at 30 years old. On my 30th birthday, I had my biopsy done, and I'm 41 now. So it hits everyone. It's really important that we continue to do this, whether it be in this town, any other town, people are sharing the news. In that note, after this, if you want to go over to Min and Meat, they've got some special bartenders over there for their cancer survivors as well, every Thursday at Min and Meat. So thank you.
Once again, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Okay, moving on. Item number 5 has been pulled. Move on to item number 6. For possible action, discussion to renew the agreement with Aetna as Douglas County's medical insurance carrier, providing a preferred provider organization, PPO, and PPO high deductible health savings account, HSA. Health insurance plans for Douglas County, the town, and the district court employees at a 4% premium increase for calendar year 2022, and authorize the county manager to execute the related agreements and documents. Now, this is an action item. Is there any public comment? Is there any comment from the board? A presentation?
Thank you very much, Chairman Ingalls, members of the commission. This
There you
is
are.
Wendy Lang, Human Resources Director. For the record, I know that your time is valuable and you have many important items to review today, so I will just highlight a couple of the things that are in the packet for review. As you stated, Mr. Chairman, in the title, this is a discussion to renew an agreement with our current health insurance provider for county employees. This is our first year with Aetna Health Insurance, and when we moved to them last year, we, along with the proposal for last year's coverage, received a cap on premium increases for the year 2022, and that cap was 9.9%. Fortunately, what I'm presenting to you today is a 4% increase, despite the fact that the county's utilization is high. So we did go out and solicit bids for competitive proposals to the county, and those were reviewed by our internal benefits committee as well as our county manager. And after that review, I am here today presenting to you a recommendation to renew with this offer from Aetna Health Insurance, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Is there any questions from the commissioners and board? Comments? Mr. Gardner?
Yeah. Ms. Lang, I believe in the most recent approval of our budget for 2021-2022, we actually did approve an increase above the 4%. Is that right? So this would be a net savings to the county in that process. Is that right?
Wendy Lang, for the record. Commissioner Gardner, I believe that there would be savings to the county. There's different amounts that are covered by the county on the different levels of coverage for employees and benefits and the different groups. And the next item that I have for you is to ask the commission to pick up the 4% increase, because as contracts and policies are currently written, not all of that would be absorbed by the county. However, you're correct. It is my understanding that the budget exceeds the value of this amount.
Is there any public comment from chambers? Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Natalie Wood for the record. We have public comment open on this time. If anyone on Zoom has public comment, please raise your hand. Okay, no public comment through Zoom.
Seeing no further public comment, we'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept a proposal from Aetna to provide employees health insurance coverage for calendar year 2022 as presented, and authorize the county manager to execute any related agreements and documents.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Gardner. Any further comments from the board? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Okay, Wendy, don't go away. For possible action, this is item number 7. For possible action, discussion to revise the county's contribution to the medical plan insurance premiums for the benefit of eligible county, town, and district court employees to account for and cover the 4% premium increase beginning January 2022, and to authorize the county manager to execute the documents necessary to implement the increased contributions, including any memorandums of understanding with each labor organization reflecting the change in the insurance premium contribution by the county. Wendy Lang, you have the floor.
Thank you again, Chairman and members of the Commission. Wendy Lang, Human Resources Director for the record. Thank you for approving a renewal of health insurance with Aetna as recommended. This item, as was previewed, is to address the increase in premiums of 4% and to request that the county utilize the budgeted funds to absorb the entire cost of that increase so that our employee premiums remain as they currently are for health insurance coverage for employees and their families. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions from chambers? Any questions or comments from the board? This is an action item. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Gardner.
I move that this board approve an increase in the county's contributions to the medical plan insurance premiums for all benefits eligible county, town, and district court employees to account for and cover the 4% premium increase beginning January 2022, and authorize county manager to execute all documents necessary to implement the increased contributions, including any memorandums of understanding with each labor organization reflecting this change in insurance premium contribution by the county.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gardner, a second by Commissioner Rice. Any further discussion from the board? Commissioner Gardner?
No, I'm ready to vote.
Okay. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, Wendy. Item number 8, for presentation only, an update on the Douglas County Stormwater Management Program will be presented by the Stormwater Program Manager. Courtney Walker, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Courtney Walker for the record. Thank you so much for having me this afternoon. I've been having a lot of anticipation in coming to visit you and the board to explain an update on the program, give you some progress on various projects and planning, and implementation that we've done throughout the county for the stormwater program. It's pretty important, I feel like, to keep you updated. It's a pretty new program, a couple of years old. Just kind of got it up and going. It was funded in August of 2018, and since then been working on acquiring a great team, a bunch of equipment, and a lot of projects have been accomplished. And so I'm pretty excited to share all of our progress with you, and then also go into kind of some of our future plans. I also wanted to introduce Jason Szymanski, throw him on the spot for a second here. He's our stormwater maintenance supervisor. He supervises the operators and is really the one that is coordinating the implementation of a lot of the projects that we have planned, actually on the ground, doing culvert installations, a lot of maintenance projects, and really trying to fix some longstanding problems that we've had with drainage in Douglas County. Okay. It's just a little bit of a lag time. Okay. All right. So to go into the implementation of the stormwater management program, I wanted to touch briefly on the budget, introduce you to the staff via a photo, aside from Jason. I want to go into some maintenance and implementation work that we've done in the Topaz area, the Runestroth area, Fish Springs, Johnson Lane, Alpine View Estates. Lake Tahoe, we actually will go into in the next item. And then I'll touch briefly on the FEMA community rating system, which has to do with a lot of floodplain management planning. All right, so the stormwater management program budget comes out of the 245 fund. In 2018, that board of county commissioners voted to create the fund. This is kind of just a breakdown of the costs. Obviously, we have costs for salaries and benefits of our operators, maintenance supervisor, and myself. We do dedicate some funds to maintenance and infrastructure projects. There's some operating and overhead as far as our office spaces, equipment, maintenance costs, things like that. And then we have a couple of outside contracts as well. To the Carson Valley Conservation District, they assist us in Carson River channel clearing projects. That's pretty integral to the overall floodplain management that we have in Douglas County. And oftentimes those river projects are occurring on private property, so they're really the agency to help us coordinate work like that. We do have some engineering assistance from the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District up at the lake, but they do assist us with some engineering services down here in the valley as well. And then we do have a contract with the Tahoe Resource Conservation District to do the Lake Tahoe stormwater monitoring. And that's a program I'll go into a little bit more detail as far as the Lake Tahoe total maximum daily load, which will come in the next presentation. But that is all 7 jurisdictions around the lake participate in one monitoring program, which makes it a lot more cost efficient for all of us. So here are the guys that are in the field really making it happen for us. There's Jason, obviously, here with me, and we have Brad, Cody, and Cody. We have 2 Codys, our stormwater maintenance operators. We do have 1 vacancy right now that we will be advertising for in the next month or so. But these 4 people are really the ones that they're on the ground. Usually when anybody needs anything done physically, a lot of times it's these guys that are being called on between them and the road maintenance department. So I wanted to start off a little bit by talking about our response to the Tamarack fire. Obviously, we've had quite a few concerns in the Holbrook Junction area. That area was burned pretty severely. There are a few neighborhoods, and they back up to very steep slopes that were burned on BIA land. And so immediately after the highway was opened, we went down there to kind of conduct an assessment to see what could we do right off the bat to kind of help maintain some of the drainage if we did get some flash flooding that occurred, that was forecasted shortly thereafter the fire. And so we came up with a couple of projects. There's a drainage channel that comes down upstream of Penrod Lane, and it actually was blocked at a driveway culvert crossing. And so the water would go over that driveway, kind of spread out and go everywhere. It had the potential to reach a mobile home park on Penrod. And so we had some concerns with that. We were able to quickly get in touch with the property owner and clear out that channel. So I've got a few photos of that. And then another future project that will probably starting in the next few weeks is installing a new culvert at the intersection of Alba Vista and Highland Way. And we also had to clean a downstream area of a culvert on Highland Way, which was also on private property, in order to maintain the drainage network. As far as the steeper slopes that are kind of uphill from the developed areas, we did meet with an NDEP representative to try to figure out what might be some options. It's challenging because a lot of it is BIA land, and it's partially with a privately owned, land by a family, and so it's kind of complicated as far as doing that. So we were trying to assess what it was that we can actually do within the road network that we maintain to kind of alleviate any potential drainage issues. So here's a few photos of the Penrod Drainage Channel Maintenance Project. You can see all in this top left photo, there's a bunch of rocks and debris that had come down over the years, blocking the driveway culverts. In the bottom right photo, you can see that that was all cleared out. And so now that drainage channel should be able to have a clear flow path and make it to 395 without causing any major problems. From there, I want to go to the Topaz area. In 2015, a drainage study was conducted, and this is for the Topaz Lake community. A series of culverts were proposed for that particular area. There's quite a few, as you can see from this table. There's 25 or 30 culverts that are proposed. And so that's kind of a lot for our 4 people to take on. But we did prioritize 2 of those culvert installations based on property damage that was reported to us by folks in the area. And so they were able to get those 2 culverts in. We did have a flash flood event in Topaz this summer, and we did see those historic issues not becoming an issue. The one here at Mark Twain and Comstock, that actually had resulted in the past of a home being inundated with water. And by this culvert installation, we didn't hear any reports from that homeowner of them having any issues. So, so we're happy about being able to protect property in that way. Here's just a few photos of them doing the culvert installation. It's been a while, definitely, in Topaz since any new infrastructure as far as drainage related things have happened out there. We do have this plan. It would be great if we could have a contractor go in and do all, everything that's in it. But we would have to identify funding in order to make that happen. So another culvert that was installed was actually at the end of Reese Lane. And this happened prior to the burn area, but should also alleviate any impacts that we would see from flash flooding and just help to maintain the flow of water and keep it in the roadside ditch network so it's not running through various properties or taking out the road or anything like that. From here, I'm going to move to Runestroth. So you'll see I'll kind of go from South County, work my way up north. In Runestroth, we've been doing a lot of planning and implementation in this area. We see quite a few drainage issues in the Runestroth area, which is quite common in more of the rural areas of the county that were developed over time through parcel maps with very little thought to drainage and overall drainage maintenance throughout the area. This area in purple is the watershed above in the Pine Nut Mountains above the Runestroth area. The area in blue is the area that is developed. That's where all the homes are, which is why we care about what happens there. So you can see we've got a few water courses coming through the area, several parcel lines intersecting each one. There's this interesting one that shows up that runs from south to north. That's actually a remnant. It's an old irrigation ditch that pulled water from the East Fort Carson River. That is not active anymore. We do have Smelter Creek, which comes in and crosses several cul-de-sac roads, and so that one's quite an issue for us. And then there's an unnamed tributary that also comes into the developed area when the conditions are right, causes a lot of drainage problems for the folks in that area as well. I've got a couple of photos. This one in particular, this is Smelter Creek. This is Buckskin Lane. It's a dip section, it's a cul-de-sac, one way in, one way out. It's definitely one of our major problem areas. I'm happy to report it doesn't look exactly like this anymore. We have done kind of an emergency culvert installation, not a permanent fix, but we're trying our best to maintain access for these folks so that they're not dealing with situations like these people were. The issue really with Smelter Creek is that the channel has filled in with sediment over the years, over 20 years probably. And so the capacity of the channel has been severely reduced, and you get a bunch of mud and silt and water backing up into these dip sections, causing access issues for residents, which then causes us to have to call in maintenance staff. It never flash floods on a Tuesday afternoon when everyone's at work. It always happens, and probably 3 times this year I can vouch for it, on Friday evening, about 5:30. Yeah, so calling people in on the weekends to clear these areas is less than ideal. So they have been doing a lot of removing the sediment from the channel to try to maintain that capacity. Here's a picture of our friend Bart. He actually, when life hands him lemons, he makes lemonade and goes for a kayak in his cul-de-sac. So there's a couple different issues going on. They've cleaned the channel pretty much the whole way down till you get to our kayak friend. Then we get to a BLM parcel, and well, you can imagine that presents some challenges as far as removing sediment from a channel. Luckily, we do kind of have a short-term right-of-way, which will get us about 350 feet down the channel. So it's created some capacity. We're hoping to store this mud and water off the roadway until we can get a permanent right-of-way from BLM to be able to maintain the channel all the way down until it drops off, and you can get it to flow through the developed area on its own. But it's been quite a project and moving a lot of dirt, to say the least. So this is actually not even Smelter Creek, but it's still within Ruhenstrath, so you don't even have to have that established of a drainage to see some problems out there. And because we see so many different issues occurring at different times, we partnered with the Carson Water Subconservancy District. They were able to obtain FEMA funding to do a Ruhenstrath area drainage master plan. So we're in the process of finalizing that plan. It's a pretty detailed model that shows the existing conditions and then proposes some improvements. We're using the same firm, J.E. Fuller, that completed the Johnson Lane area drainage master plan. We're very pleased with their work on that plan, and I will speak to that issue as well. We have a public meeting scheduled for October 19th to go over some of the recommendations in the plan with local residents. I invite you all to attend if you can. It's on October 19th at the community center in the dining room at 5 p.m. And we'll actually have the consultants there going over the plan. And then they will also be at the next board meeting on October 21st to present the plan to you all. So from Ruhenstrath, I'm going to move forward to Fish Springs. We had a flood event in Fish Springs on July 30th. Just a couple days prior to that, we were able to get a working in waterways permit finally approved from NDEP, and we were able to create some channel capacity in the channel itself adjacent to Fish Springs Road. I think at that point it's actually Jacobson Lane. And so we had concerns that the bottom of the channel was at the same elevation as Jacobson Lane. So if you got some high flows, it would easily go over the road and then cause issues for people trying to access their homes or, go back and forth. Fish Springs is an interesting one. It typically tends to flood there at dusk or as it's getting dark, which is interesting, but that just makes it nonetheless more dangerous for those who might be trying to drive around out there. So they were able to complete this project. It did definitely help. However, we do still have some issues in this area. Here's a few photos. You can see the one on the top right. Yeah, it's dark. And you have flows going over the dip section. That's it out our way?
That was Joe Lane.
Joe Lane. Oh, okay, Joe Lane. So that is a through road. If you don't know, there is a sign that says turn around, don't drown, but a lot of people will drive through it, and the amount of flows that were flowing through there that evening would definitely be enough to move a vehicle. So definitely something that we want to look at, and we're hoping actually to, we have applied through the Carson Water Subconservancy District to be able to do a study through their FEMA program as well to evaluate all the culvert crossings for Pine Nut Creek and the tributaries. If you are a nerd like me and Jason, you would go through and look at all the different culvert sizes. Some of them are 6 feet, some of them are 2 feet. Some of them you'll have an 18-inch and a 24-inch because that's what they had on hand when they built the road. And so there's no consistency to the size of culverts that are running through these drainages under roads. And so we want to take a look at that and see kind of where would we start if we wanted to start downstream, work our way up. What can we really do to get these flows to be accommodated through the developed area so that we can impact our roads to the least extent possible? So from Pine Nut Creek and the Fish Springs area, I'm going to continue north up to Johnson Lane. I'm going to talk about the Johnson Lane Area Drainage Master Plan, some of which a few of you may know about. There's also Johnson Lane Settlement Agreement projects that happen through litigation that the county is on the hook to complete. I want to give you a timeline for the implementation of those and then some of the next steps of the planning process. Oh, my video. I forgot about my video. Doesn't work that well, does it? Better here than on your screen. Anyways, that is a video of a flash flood. In Johnson Lane, it flash floods in the daytime, so that's nice. So for this plan, it kind of broke things out into 5 main areas. And so they kind of grouped them by system, and then we were able to prioritize implementing them per system. So you wouldn't start by doing one thing here, one thing here, one thing here. They kind of work in groups, and it helps to kind of prioritize based on the need, what is the cost, and what is the most amount of people that we can help for the lowest amount of cost. So the Pine Nut North system is the one that is prioritized as the highest level. It does protect the second largest number of buildings at a lower cost than the Hot Springs Buckbrush system. There's the Johnson Lane Dam that is presented within this plan. That one is kind of a standalone project. Right now, what we're having to do is go through the NEPA process, which that word has been thrown around a few times today, surprisingly. It's a federal environmental permitting process that BLM is required to go through, and all of these improvements that are in this plan are on BLM land. So we will have to ultimately get their approval in order to proceed with any of the improvements. And so basically we left the dam out of it because there are 4 basins that were mandated to implement as part of that settlement agreement. And to keep a Johnson Lane wash dam in a different study for a future date at some point in time is probably better for the time frame of approval through BLM. It's easier to get approval to do dig some holes for some sediment basins or some retention basins than it would be to get approval for a dam. So that's kind of the thought process on that. So we do have the Hot Springs Buckbrush system. In the plan, it's presented as the 3rd priority. However, it's probably more of a 2nd priority for Douglas County just because of the feasibility of actually implementing it. So I wanted to kind of outline a few of the costs associated with these. So the Pine Nut North system, which is the highest priority, that one was estimated at $880,000 in total. You can see the Johnson Lane Wash Dam is about almost $5 million, and then the Hot Springs Buckbrush system is $8 million. That's a quite extensive system there. So I'm going to move into what we are required to do through the settlement agreement, and that is to construct the Romero Detention Basin and the Stephanie Wash Detention Basin. Those two are both in the northeast portion, just to the north of Stephanie Way, and then obviously to the east of the developed area. And so those two basins were required as a part of the settlement agreement. There's the language in there stating so. And so we knew that we had to start there. And so we commenced with contacting BLM, finally getting their attention, waving red flags, doing everything we could to get them to start looking at this. They manage quite a few thousand acres here in the state, so they have a lot going on. We had some more meetings with the plaintiff group as well, because there was another pot of $300,000 within that settlement agreement that the plaintiffs could designate for any sort of project that they thought that would be applicable or helpful outside of what was in the Johnson Lane Drainage Master Plan. And so when we got our first application for, hey, come install 2 driveway culverts for me, we have to assess, is that creating a regional benefit, or is it just helping one homeowner? And we determined that it is really just helping one homeowner, but it did get that conversation started with the plaintiff group. And we were able to talk with them and come up with an idea for how they would like to see those funds be spent. And it turns out that they approved dedicating $200,000 of that $300,000 to do 2 additional detention basins within that Pine Nut North system. And so a judge did a subsequent proposed order to tie up those funds and then obligated the county to fund the rest of it. All of that was funded in this past budget process. So we do have budget approval for all 4 of these basins to be constructed. And it's really important that we stay on the time frame, because once BLM grants us the approval to construct them, we have 9 months in order to do so. So we need to make sure that we're perfectly positioned to get started on that right away. So we do have, like I was saying, we do have all Stephanie and Romero, and then Skyline and Chowbuck. Those are all 4 funded. And this is just kind of the breakdown of how that 246 fund was broken out. We have the 302, 250, that was the regional projects that the plaintiffs could designate, and we've tied up 200,000 of that in helping to further implement the Drainage Master Plan. The rest of it, the 470,000, was what the actual litigation cost was. So just to give you an idea of what these look like, there's the Stephanie Detention Basin here. You can see it kind of runs through the wash. We have, it's meant to retain the water and then provide an overflow outlet. So you reduce those peak flows so you don't get the pulse basically coming down all at once. And then I do want to go into the timeline for implementation. And I want to make it really clear on what we are required to construct, what we have funding to construct, and what our plans would be as far as further implementation of this plan. Our number 1 priority is holding our end of the settlement agreement and making sure that we're able to hold those commitments. And that is to construct those 4 basins. They all impact pretty much the same area, which is the main part of the neighborhood between Johnson Lane and Stephanie Way. So between those 2 main streets is really the area that those will impact. So as soon as we get the go-ahead from BLM, we already have a contract and funding in place with Loomis to bring the designs up to 100%. They're currently at 15%. And then as soon as we get those in, we can put them out to bid and construct all 4 of those. We're hoping that that actually will occur next field season if BLM tells us, early next year that we are good to go. I know there have been some concerns about some access roads in certain areas, specifically off of Toady Court and Aaron Court. And we do have 2 basins so I guess let me back up and explain. The NEPA process is expensive and it takes a long time. And so what we decided to do was to get the approval from BLM to do everything that's within the drainage master plan, even though we only intend at this time to construct 4 of the basins. But we want to have them look at everything because we really only want to go through this process once. I don't want to go through it. Next year we found $200,000, let's construct this basin over here. Oh, wait, we can't because we don't have approval. And so that was the idea of going at it all at one go. But at this time, we only plan to construct the 4 that we are required to construct at this time. There's no funding or plans to construct any of the ones in that area. And I realize that there are concerns about the access roads and camping and things like that, which is really outside of the county's scope. Our main intent is flood control, and we probably won't try to allocate resources to doing a project that the residents in that area don't want. So I just want to make that really clear. We're trying to get our BLM approvals all at once and not go through this process multiple times if we can avoid it. So moving on from the drainage master plan, we have been doing some other things, general improvements in the Johnson Lane area outside of that plan. Nye Drive here, the Johnson Lane wash crosses this road. It's a dip section. It has historically washed out in high flows, as you can see in this top left picture. And so what we really wanted to do was stop that from happening. A lot of times what would happen is there's a gap in the road, and then you would come in and fill it with some pit run material, compact it. Okay, great, the road is back. But really what our goal was how can we prevent the road from washing out in the first place? So what we ended up doing, what Jason ended up doing, actually, I coordinated some contracts, but he really did the work. But they built a keyway, did a bunch of stabilization on the downstream portion. When you have a road wash out, the water goes over the roadway, drops down and starts eroding the downstream part and then moves its way back up. And so really securing that downstream area and making sure that you don't get that erosion is step 1 in preventing that from happening. Secondly, concreting the dip section was critical. This is probably the only dip section in the county that a high level wash runs over that was just grindings and it wasn't concreted. If you notice, all the other dip sections are concreted, and so it just helps protect the integrity of the road. So anyways, I was pretty excited about this particular project that was done in June. They were working on it right when I broke my ankle. But anyways, that's what's notable for it on my end. Downstream from there, we have East Valley Road, which is also a dip section. You can see that it is concreted before. It's interesting, there's some culverts there as well that would just get filled in with sediment pretty quickly. But off the side of the road, there was like a 6 to 8 foot drop just right off the side of the road, which is not ideal for public safety if someone were to drive off. And so what we were trying to do is the same concept as upstream at Nye Drive, is create the downstream stabilization for this channel after it crosses the road. And so the same concept was applied with the keyway, the riprap. And so we should see some improvement with that as well, and less movement as you get the water traveling over the roadway. Okay, Johnson Lane was a lot, but here is Alpine View Estates. Now we're up in the north part of the county. We did a smaller level drainage master plan up here. I had worked with several residents in the area, specifically after 2017. We had several flood events in that particular area. The lots are big. There's a lot of space in between properties. And there's a lot of drainage easements that go through private properties and then cross roads, et cetera. And so what we really wanted to know is where those drainage easements are designated on the parcel maps. Are those appropriate? Are the culvert sizes that go under the roads, are those appropriate for certain size storm events? And what we found for the most part is they are in the right location, but a lot of times the culvert sizing under the roadway is not appropriate, or those drainage easements were not maintained. And so where we saw the biggest amount of issues, we did a project to install some culverts underneath Bernice Court. And then we also did some drainage easement maintenance on those private properties, and then followed up with an acknowledgement of maintenance responsibility to that property owner. We said, okay, we put this channel back. This is the dimensions that it should be. And now it is your responsibility to maintain it in perpetuity. And if you sell the property, you also need to disclose that there's an easement on here to your potential buyer. So far, we haven't seen the same issues, although we are kind of in a drier period. Not that we're not getting rain ever, but we haven't seen a big event here yet, but we have seen some flow. Nothing like the 2017. But so we've implemented part of this plan, and we're just kind of monitoring it to see how it does and see if we need to go to the next step and do another crossing, do another easement. We're just trying to solve the bulk of the problem first and then monitor to see what additional needs to be done. This project, State Route 88 culvert installation, this was not done by Jason and crew. Obviously, this was a pretty big job, but I did want to highlight the fact that it occurred. This was funded by FEMA as well. It removes several residences from around the library, County Road, East Fork, their administrative offices, things like that from the floodplain. And so this was a really great project. We were a little nervous that we weren't be able to get it done in the time frame for the grant funds, but it all ended up working out in the end. John Erb did a great job making sure that this one happened. So I'm going to move up to Lake Tahoe just for a quick minute. I know in the next presentation I'm going to focus a lot more on that, but I did want to highlight that the stormwater maintenance crew improved the Brodovich Park water quality basin. This basin had been there for over 20 years, had never been maintained ever. And so in partnership with Scott Morgan and the Parks Department, they wanted to redo this park. We were able to get some private funds actually to restore a stream environment zone here and do some park improvements. And then we also did the water quality improvements as well. And so it was a really great project that hit a bunch of different objectives. And then just to kind of highlight some of the diversity of the projects that Jason and his group are heading up. There was a storm drain issue on Kale Drive. There's a new wet basin at the end of that road. And so they upgraded all the storm drain system underneath Kale Drive. In the plan set, one particular storm drain was labeled as it was abandoned. And so they had the contractor fill it in with concrete. The next winter, there's a bunch of water backing up into this apartment complex because the storm drain had basically been plugged. And so they were able to go in with the excavator and open that up and reconnect the pipes, and now everything flows. And that's another kind of nuisance issue that we're not dealing with anymore. So it was great that they were able to do something like that in-house easily, relatively inexpensively. That is pretty much all for the projects. I'm going to touch briefly just on the FEMA community rating system. I will bring a future item to you that goes into a little bit more depth on this. But this is basically a voluntary program that the Douglas County has participated in for a number of years. There's a bunch of different activities that you do, and once you can document that you've made all of your commitments and you've done certain actions, flood insurance premium rates are reduced for those who have to get flood insurance as part of their loan on their property. And so the basic activities are public information, so doing outreach and things like that, mapping and regulation, so keeping your floodplain maps current, having your floodplain management code, things like that. Flood damage reduction, a lot of that is preserving our open space and preserving in the floodplain in particular, so that the floodplain can flood and not damage property, and then flood preparedness. So currently with all the activities that we're doing here in Douglas County, we're rated as a Class 6, which means a 20% premium reduction for those that are required to obtain flood insurance. Some folks opt to get it because they want the peace of mind. They're not required to do it. And so they'll actually get a 10% discount because of our participation in this program. So looking forward to the future, we really want to start some of the discussions for identifying a long-term sustainable funding source for the stormwater management program. We want to continue implementation of the drainage master plans. Planning documents are great. A lot of times they sit on a shelf in someone's office and no one ever implements them. So we're really big on trying to figure out, you know, what do we need to do, and then how can we start to prioritize the things that we need to do. And then for our next kind of drainage study, we're looking to focus on the Fish Springs, Pine Nut Creek area. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Nosad.
I'm familiar with Jacobson Lane. I was just out there yesterday and talking to one of the residents, and they escorted me to the creek that's behind their house. And I looked upstream and I saw a culvert. Seemed to be, to me, from the distance I had, at least 24 inches, perhaps 36 inches. And there was enough water coming down that pike that overwhelmed that 36-inch hole and came up over the road. The question I have now is there any standard for culvert size?
The current county standard for culvert size is the 25-year, 24-hour storm. However, that hasn't always been the case. And, you know, particularly in Fish Springs, Runestrop, Johnson Lane, those parcels and roads were developed over time. And so I can't tell you what the standard was when that particular culvert went in. But that's one of the main reasons why we want to do the drainage study in that area, so that we can evaluate just that and see, you know, will these various culverts handle that storm? I don't know right now. We certainly know it won't handle larger storms than that. But are we meeting our current obligations to our design criteria and standards?
But the adjoining, I forgot the cross section, which is to the west of down along Jacobson. The owner there suffered a flood and ended up, his house was down below the level of the road, and he was knee deep in water. So he said, okay, I'm going to build a redwood fence so that I can deflect that water. And by golly, you know what? It works. But now you got the same problem. You just divert more water downstream. So you got to take into consideration everybody's issue. The basins. What's the capacity of the basins?
Are you speaking to the ones in the Johnson Lane area?
Yes.
The capacity varies. I don't know off the top of my head for each one. But the way that the plan evaluated them was they are designed for the 25-year, 24-hour storm, because in order to do the 100-year, 6-hour storm, you would pay, you know, exorbitantly more than it would actually, than the benefits that you would see from it. And so within the plan and within the settlement agreement, they are designed to that standard. I don't know what the capacity is as far as acre feet off the top of my head, but I can certainly provide you that information
I would guess it's
later.
more than an acre foot.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to have
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to say, wow, you've been very busy. I can't believe that we didn't have this department set up prior to your coming on board. So you're certainly busy, and your crew's busy. I want to assure my fellow commissioners that although a lot of this work is taking place in South County, I have no special pull down there, with this department. So I just want to clarify that, okay? I want to highlight the fact that she said that no work has been done down there in about 20 years. So it's time we caught up and took care of some of those potential issues. Earlier this year, we had a report by John Erb, and I made sure that I thanked him for the quick action that his department took in regards to the issue that we had on Penrod Lane. And you weren't at the meeting, and your department wasn't at the meeting, and so I'm pleased that I have the opportunity to thank you for the quick action you took in regards to the flooding issue we had on Penrod. It seemed like they got obviously hit with a double whammy because they had the flood issue then, and then a month or two later, the Tamarack fire issue on the same street. I can, as a member of the Carson Water Sub-Conservancy District appointment by the board, it was interesting that we had a meeting and we talked about alluvial fans, and I had no idea what an alluvial fan was at the time. And then shortly, about 2 weeks later, that's exactly what we had on Penrod. So it really came home, and I was able to understand exactly what that means. But anyways, I appreciate the work you're doing, certainly down there in Topaz, Ruins, Rothfish Springs, Penrod, certainly will come in handy. Hopefully this winter, if we have a winter, if we have a rainfall that warrants it. So we need the water, and we're hopeful that we can put it in the right places, and we appreciate the work that you're doing to mitigate possible damages to our residents down there. So, and I'm anxious to attend that meeting on October 19th regarding what your plans are also. So I appreciate you reaching out to the community and doing that. So with that, once again, I'll just say wow and thank you. Thank you to your department and what you're doing. Tremendous work. So thank you.
This portion of the presentation by Courtney is not open for public comment. However, I allowed one comment to be made, and if you'd like to come up and state your name and your comment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lynn Savinsky, and in December of 2019, my husband and I moved to the Fish Springs area. We live at 2360 Jacobson Lane, which is right at Jacobson and Lupo. The Pine Nut Creek bisects our property diagonally from the southeast to the northwest, entering at Jacobson Lane and exiting at Lupo Lane. This past July 30th, as Courtney demonstrated to you, it rained torrentially, late afternoon, early evening, of course, on a Friday. It rained torrentially over the Pine Nut Mountains, which flowed over the Numbers Fire burn scar, taking with it mud and debris at a rapid rate and draining into the creek. The water came so fast, it overfilled the culvert under Jacobson and the banks of the creek as it crossed our property. It even created whitecaps as it moved northwest. I have video and pictures that I've shared with Courtney and would share with any of you, but it can't be emailed, so we'd have to make a copy of it. The video will show you also the water running down Jacobson. So it filled the creek, it filled the culvert, overfilled it, and came down Jacobson, and then ran onto our property. We hadn't experienced an event like that, but I'm told that many in the area had, some 4 or 5 times in the last 10 plus years. Apparently it's common knowledge that the culverts running under Jacobson are not sized to handle a big rush of water like that, and it floods over and down the roads onto neighboring properties and side streets, depositing mud, rocks, and debris as it goes. It flowed down our circular driveway, washing away landscaping and large amounts of decorative rock and exposing and damaging the irrigation system, and then out the east side of the driveway and washing out the property as it went and washing away the foundation of our stucco wall and left large amounts of heavy sticky mud everywhere. Neighbors used their heavy equipment to help move the mud out of our driveway to allow us to get in and out of our garage. This flash drive also shows those pictures. Following the event, and for several days, there were many county employees and lots of heavy equipment, Courtney's people and the roads people and Jason, addressing the issues that were left in the road and the roadside ditches. But they're not able to help residents with their personal property. We got estimates to repair the damage on our property that range from approximately $3,000 to $4,500. It really doesn't seem fair that we have to personally bear this expense when the county has been aware of the problem, but yet it hasn't been resolved. It's left a lot of homeowners to try to solve their own individual properties. And Commissioner Noasad mentioned the neighbor who has built his redwood fence, which kept his property absolutely dry, but caused problems for the neighbors downstream from him. I've sent pictures to Commissioner Noasad and Gardner about the event. Both acknowledged receiving the email, and Commissioner Noasad visited with us on Tuesday, October 5th, and walked the property, saw the culverts, walked the creek, and took some pictures of his own. By the time of his visit, the damage had been repaired at our expense, but could still easily be pointed out. I've talked with other county people like Courtney and Jason from the Stormwater Program, and I've discovered that the problem is known and a solution is being investigated, but is not on the near horizon, as there are multiple ramifications to planning, gaining approval, determining what additional problems a solution might create, and then there's the funding. Neighbors have told me about damage they've suffered in the past and actions they've taken to protect their property. We've had a neighbor just recently want to come onto our property and move dirt to create berms to try to save another neighbor. We've not allowed that to happen because we'll be liable if we change our property and create more problems for other people. We did offer a home harmless waiver, and he said, no, that's too much trouble. So that right now is not being done. So I'm here to ask you to look at solutions and consider some kind of relief for the expense we've incurred and may well have to in the future. Thanks for your attention and your consideration. If you have any questions for me. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll move on to item 9, so Courtney and Jason don't go away. And after item 9, we'll take a quick break and forge on ahead. So item number 9, for possible action, discussion to approve an interlocular agreement between Douglas County and the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection to implement the Lake Tahoe Total Daily Maximum Load. And Courtney, you're going to have to explain what that is. TMDL program, and authorize the county manager to execute all documents necessary. Courtney?
Good afternoon, Courtney Walker for the record. That is the primary goal of being here, is to be able to explain what the TMDL is. And so I wanted to introduce Jason Kuchnicki. He's with the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection. He is our regulator, but also a very good partner in helping to implement this and work with us on the shared cause that we have. And so the presentation this afternoon is actually a joint presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Jason. I always seem to have a Jason sitting next to me. And he's going to go through the TMDL background, how the various jurisdictions around the lake are involved, and explain kind of the history of the program to give you that context. And then from there, I'll go into the Douglas County specific actions that we're working towards to implement our obligations as a result.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks for having me. Yes, I just wanted to start off by saying that I'm Jason Kuchnicki. I am the Lake Tahoe Watershed Branch Supervisor in the Bureau of Water Quality Planning at the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection. Sure. And our Bureau is responsible for carrying out a number of the functions and duties that are required by the Clean Water Act. We assign beneficial uses for waters across the state. We also assign standards to those waters and perform monitoring to compare the data of which is compared against those standards to determine whether the standards are being met or whether they're in violation. If they're in violation, then we're required to list those water bodies and pollutants on the 303D list of impaired water bodies. And subsequently, that triggers the development of a total maximum daily load, or a TMDL. So what is a TMDL? It's pretty simple, actually. It's just an EPA, it's a fancy EPA term for Water Quality Restoration Plan. So let's talk about Lake Tahoe. Lake Tahoe is designated by the state of Nevada as a water body of extraordinary aesthetic and ecologic integrity. It's actually the only water body in the state of Nevada that has that designation. So it's not only famous for its clarity and its striking blue color, but it also has value as an international tourist and recreation destination, which makes it an asset to our regional and state economy. And it also is very important in terms of being an asset as a drinking water supply. So, no, not yet. I put this together before a week vacation, so I'm short on slides, but I'll be talking a lot. So, the standard for Lake Tahoe is a clarity standard of 97 feet annual average clarity. That's measured by a Secchi disc, which is a white dinner plate that you drop into the water, and you just use an ocular estimate looking into the water, how deep did that go. That standard is to protect the beneficial use. And the monitoring data that was collected in the late 60s and early 70s, that's what that standard is based on. So since that time, monitoring data had showed that the clarity of Lake Tahoe had been being reduced till about the year 2000. That was about the time where the La'an Water Board in California came and approached NDEP and said, listen, we need to figure out what to do here. We need to develop the Lake Tahoe TMDL. And so we were like, okay, well, what does that entail? What are we talking about here? So next slide. So basically, we had some conversations, and we agreed upon what was needed was a science-based plan to better understand the causes of clarity loss, which includes what pollutants are affecting clarity, what are the sources of those pollutants, and what is the relative distribution of the pollutants that are being delivered by each of those sources. To determine how much pollution needs to be reduced to restore historic clarity to Lake Tahoe. And then thirdly, to develop a workable, cost-effective implementation approach that had broad stakeholder support. Next slide. So we put together a pretty robust TMDL research plan. I'm not going to go into the details of everything that entailed. It was quite an extensive effort, approximately $10 million invested in that. So consequently, the TMDL is one of the most scientifically robust TMDLs in the nation. But here are the key findings of the TMDL research. So the pollutants that are affecting lake clarity are fine sediment. These are inorganic particles that are the size that are really small, 16 microns in size or lower. To put that in perspective, the average diameter of a human hair is about 80 to 100 microns on diameter. So these particles, they're so small that they have a lot of surface area, and consequently they have great scattering power. The other pollutants that are affecting lake clarity are nutrients, phosphorus, and nitrogen. So those are the three pollutants that we identified. The key finding from the TMDL research was that fine sediments seem to exhibit a greater control on clarity than nutrients do. So they're responsible for about 2/3 of the clarity loss, whereas nutrients were responsible for about 1/3. The second key finding from the TMDL research was regarding sources. We looked at a number of the different sources that were contributing these pollutants, particularly fine sediment, and it was found that urban uplands contribute greater than 70% of the fine sediment load that makes its way to the lake via urban stormwater. The final key finding of TMDL research was in terms of load reduction. We did an opportunity analysis to determine, well, so what's the opportunity in each of these sources to reduce fine sediment particles? And the conclusion was that the greatest opportunity resided with urban stormwater and the urban upland source. So consequently, our TMDL implementation approach prioritizes fine sediment load reduction from urban stormwater. Next slide, please. So we wanted to bring these findings to the stakeholders. At that point, when the TMDL research was being wrapped up, we needed to decide what our regulatory approach was going to be. Of course, we weren't going to do that in a vacuum. We invited the the urban implementing entities to sit at the table with us and give us some feedback on our implementation approach. Typically, urban stormwater is regulated via a permit approach. However, it stood to reason that perhaps there was another mechanism by which we could regulate the TMDL, particularly since the entities up at Lake Tahoe had been implementing the TRPA's Environmental Improvement Program voluntarily for quite a number of years, approximately a decade at that point. So we said, well, maybe an agreement approach is a viable approach. So we discussed the advantages and disadvantages of that approach, and it was clear that there was some main key advantages to this agreement-based approach. The first was in terms of efficiency. The stormwater permitting tends to be a one-size-fits-all type of regulatory approach, and we have a very focused problem here at Lake Tahoe, right? It's not controlling a whole bunch of different constituents. We don't need an expansive program. We just want to focus in on clarity and those pollutants that are controlling clarity. So that was one advantage, is that it focuses in on the issue at hand. And it's not quite as onerous. The second was in terms of funding. So as you can imagine, a permit comes with a lot of strings that are attached, and it can be a very onerous and expensive program. With the agreement approach, the advantage of that was that one thing that I didn't mention that our Bureau has is a non-point source pollution management grant program. So it's the 319H grant program. And so we give out money for restoration projects that help to prevent and abate non-point source pollution. The hitch with that program is that we can't fund anything that is required by a permit. So we said, well, it doesn't make sense to have any limit or any restrictions for funding mechanisms. So that's another positive point of this agreement approach, is that we can, instead of telling you guys what you need to do, more of a bad approach is, hey, this is a problem that we're going to solve together, and we have some solutions for you. We have funding solutions for you. So we entered into interlocal agreements after the TMDL was approved. In 2011, the TMDL was approved by US EPA. We entered into interlocal agreements with the urban implementing entities, Washoe County, NDOT, and Douglas County 2 years after, in 2013. So actually, the first interlocal agreement was in 2013. That was for a 2-year time period. And then we subsequently had an update in 2016. And then this will be the third update. What's contained in these interlocal agreements are the obligations and commitments that the urban implementers will abide by. So that includes low reduction targets and milestones that coincide with the low reduction milestones, 5-year low reduction milestones that were established by the TMDL, and also associated lake clarity credit targets and milestones. And I'm going to talk about the lake clarity crediting programs to give you a little bit of background on that, what that entails in the next slide. There's also tracking and reporting requirements that are specified in the interlocal agreements, as well as obligations to participate in a stormwater monitoring program. And I believe that's about it. So next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about what the Lake Clarity Crediting Program entails and what this program is all about. So once urban implementers have implemented a project, Courtney's gone over quite a few of them already in Lake Tahoe that have been implemented recently. They register those pollutant controls that they've implemented with the Lake Clarity Crediting Program. What that entails is using a water quality model, it's called the pollutant load reduction model, to estimate the benefit associated with those pollutant controls. So how much did you reduce pollutant loads by? That results in a credit potential. How the potential is realized is through a verification process. So we have assessment methods and inspection methods where Courtney and I will go out, for instance, related to a road registration where Douglas County has committed to keeping the roads up in the Edgewood Creek, higher up in the Edgewood Creek watershed at a certain level of cleanliness. We'll go out and we'll do some inspections throughout the year to verify that you're meeting that level of cleanliness that was specified. If it does, then you get the credit. For BMP registrations, say for like a infiltration basin, we have a methodology where we will test the infiltration of that infiltration basin, and if it's infiltrating water like it should, it's deemed to be in performing condition, and you will be able to declare, and we award the credit for that. So important to note that Douglas County has met or surpassed its credit targets that have been specified in the interlocal agreements since their inception, since they've been in place. So kudos to Courtney's team and to everybody at Douglas County in that regard. That is my last slide. However, I did want to just say one thing about the approach that was taken in this interlocal agreement approach, the update approach. And that is that, you know, I'll be the first to admit that we had some bumps along the road in the beginning, a few years back when the program was relatively new and immature. I think we've gotten past those, and I think Courtney would agree with that. And these past several years in particular have been running particularly smoothly. So the approach that we took was a minimalist approach. We really didn't do any significant or major overhaul with the interlocal agreement. If you compared this agreement with the previous agreement, you will see that the only thing that's been updated are a couple language clarifications and also the tables of the load reduction targets and credit milestone schedules. So with that, I'll turn it over to Courtney. She's going to talk more about budgets and good projects that you guys have done. So thank you for your continued commitment to protecting and restoring Lake Tahoe.
Thanks, Jason, for the history on that. This is a kind of a repeat slide, Courtney Walker, for the record, from the last presentation. And it is just to kind of talk about some of the funding that goes
Test, test. Nikki, can you hear me?
Yes, Natalie, I heard you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, I can hear you.
Recording in progress.
All right, Courtney, you have the floor and you can continue with TMDL.
Thank you. Courtney Walker, for the record, I can't remember what I was talking about, but I will try to pick it back up again. I know I had touched on this budget slide again, just to bring up the fact that to implement the TMDL program in Douglas County, currently the funding is budgeted for annually in the 245 Stormwater Management Fund. Jason had mentioned earlier about the stormwater monitoring program, and that is something that we participate in as well to fulfill one of our obligations in the interlocal agreement with NDEP. I have a little bit more specific breakdown here in this table. And so basically we do have program management, the crediting program, and implementation. And this includes the inspections that he was speaking to. And so with the amount of time and commitment for that, it's about $30,000 a year just to do all the assessments, do any needed maintenance, and make sure that our improvements are registered and that we can show they're in functioning condition. And I will go into examples of registered projects that we have just so you kind of have an idea of where they are, what types of improvements they are. I did mention that we have a contract with the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District for general engineering services, and they do a lot of engineering for certain projects, certain water quality improvement projects, of which we obtain credits for in this program. And they are able to actually do the design for a relatively low cost, and then they were also able to apply for certain grants to be able to implement and construct the improvements. So it's a pretty good deal for us to anticipate, you know, as the credit obligation grows. They assist us in the planning process there. Infrastructure maintenance obviously is part of the ongoing stormwater management program, and that's Jason and his crew doing certain maintenance projects. We have the stormwater monitoring, as I mentioned, and then capital projects kind of varies over the years, and oftentimes there's not much of an impact, if any, to our general fund because a lot of those are funded through grant funds. Jason's program, Jason Kuchnicki, I guess I should specify which Jason I'm talking about, through NDEP, the 319 funding. Sometimes projects are funded through that funding source too, and as he mentioned earlier, if we had a permit versus having this interlocal agreement, we would not be able to have access to those funds because you can't meet your permit obligations through grant funding. So we are thankful that it's an interlocal agreement. At this point, it is a benefit to us. So I want to go through specifically to Douglas County what our 5-year milestones are and the intermediary targets annually. And I just want to bring up the fact here that on the Nevada side, it's Douglas County, Washoe County, and NDOT who have interlocal agreements with NDEP. The 3 agencies on the Nevada side, we do coordinate, we meet, we discuss any concerns that we might share. And so there is quite a bit of coordination. These credits that are up here on the screen are specific to Douglas County. There's different ones for NDOT, there's different ones for Washoe County, and it has to do with what the overall pollutant load to the lake is in that baseline period. And so all of these credits are specific to the urban areas in Douglas County. For water year 2021, our credit obligation is 101 credits. And as you can see, that starts to kind of increase around 2024. And then 2026 would be the end of this 5-year agreement. And at that time, we need to make sure that we can obtain 168 credits within 5 years from now. So I'm going to go into the 3 kind of prongs for how you can actually achieve credits in this program. There's water quality improvement projects, and so those are things like your infiltration basins, wet basins, things like that. Basically, your kind of large-scale regional projects. There's private parcel BMPs, which we also can obtain credits for. Every property owner, as Wes, you probably know, in the Lake Tahoe Basin has to infiltrate the 20-year 1-hour storm event on their property. And so a lot of times that's armoring their drip lines so that the water can infiltrate into the ground, doing certain driveway improvements and vegetating their property and things like that. And a lot of these things can go hand in hand with defensible space. And so we are working with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency to be strategic in where they want to actually enforce their regulations on that based on what the Douglas County priorities are for obtaining credits. And so they're helping us ensure that they're achieving compliance with their program and it also benefits the county. And then the third way is through road operations. This one is a really big one for Douglas County in particular because we don't actually as a county maintain that many miles of road in the Lake Tahoe Basin. We have several GIDs, general improvement districts, that are actually in charge of doing the road operations. So it's really imperative to form those partnerships and figure out how to work with the GIDs in order to make sure that their practices are also benefiting the county program. Alternatively, if that didn't go in the way that we needed it to go, we can also explore the option of having the general improvement district have their own interlocal agreement with NDEP, which is probably not desirable on their end to have multiple interlocal agreements. So it makes sense for Douglas County at this time to do it. However, if we ever get into a point where that partnership isn't working out anymore, then that's something that we can bring up. But basically, the road operations are your sanding and your sweeping operations. So before and after a winter storm, we're balancing public safety with water quality here. But in certain areas, you obviously need to put some road sand and salt down to make sure those roads are drivable. But how quickly after that storm event are you able to pick that material up? As cars drive over it, that's how it gets ground down into that really fine particle substance, and that is a big contributor to the decline in clarity. So as far as the Douglas County specific projects that we have registered currently for the lake clarity credits, we do have a Kingsbury General Improvement District road operations and maintenance registration. We just have a portion of their road network registered at this time. It's North Benjamin and Andrea. And the plan is actually to extend that registration into their entire service area. And we've been working with them for a number of years on making sure that when we do our assessments that they have done their sweeping and tried to get the roads in the best condition that they can. And in order to assist them doing that, I've helped them write a grant to NDEP in the 319 program to obtain a road sweeper, half through grant funding. And they're also contemplating applying again this year for that. And so for them to be able to obtain a sweeper and get half of it paid with grant funds helps them achieve our shared goal here with the TMDL. We do have a few private parcel BMP registrations, the Pine Wild area, a couple on Lower Kingsbury, Lake Village area. Those are all private parcels, BMPs that have been maintained throughout the years. And so we're working with TRPA on making sure that those people do their own individual maintenance on their properties so that we can maintain those. And then we have several water quality improvement projects in the Cave Rock, Logan Creek, Lake Ridge, Oliver Park, which is Kale Drive, Burke Creek, which is a creek restoration project. And then there's actually 2 Kale wet basins down there at the end that are county maintained. So right now we have 105 credits. We needed to have 101 at this point, so we just made it. And these aren't guaranteed every year. Like I said, you have to do, Jason Kuchnicki will meet me out there. We'll do the assessments, make sure that it doesn't need maintenance. And if it does, luckily we do have a crew of people to be able to do that and get those improvements up to par. And so it's really critical that you can show the maintenance each year to maintain the credits annually. So the stars just kind of show you generally the context of where these things are. We have one on Upper Kingsbury, a lot more in the state line area. And then as you go north through Douglas County along the lake is where those catchment areas are registered at this time. Then I've got just a couple pictures to show you what they look like. The Cave Rock project is a pretty large basin. And then the Kale Basin Water Quality Improvement Project, that one was just constructed in 2018, and that was a Nevada Tahoe Conservation District partnership where they were able to do the engineering and then obtain grant funding. And we did partner with NDOT on that project as well because they do have some runoff that goes to that basin, and that's where you really want to make sure you're maintaining those partnerships. It's super hard to separate runoff between jurisdictional boundaries, between Highway 50 and county roads and the Kale Community Center and all of that. It's all going to the same place. So so it's good to partner on some of these bigger regional projects and then also figure out how do you evenly distribute the credits based on the amount of pollutants that are going to each treatment. There's the Burke Creek Water Quality Improvement Project. That was a really cool project. It actually removed some of the asphalt from, there's a restaurant kind of center just north of Kale Drive. and it has like Sushi Pier and a couple other restaurants. It's just to the north of the community center. And that removed some asphalt and actually restored Burke Creek. Before, what we had happening was the creek was flowing into the storm drain and then down onto the meadow. And so we were able to separate the creek from the actual storm drain system that services that parking area, Highway 50, and some of the county roads. So that was a great project. And then we have the Oliver Park Water Quality Improvement Project here. That's a wet basin that's been there for many years. And we maintain that one usually every couple years is when it needs some vegetation removal. So just looking towards the future for that 2026 milestone that we know we have to meet with this interlocal agreement. We do plan, or I plan, to look at the State Line Stormwater Association. That's a parcel BMP registration. That's the casino corridor, including Upper and Lower Lake Parkway, which are Douglas County maintained roads. And so in looking at that area, we'll be trying to improve our road operations there. The county has not historically swept that road very frequently. So I would like to up the amount of times per year that we do that. And then the casino corridor in the last few years obtained their BMP certificate from TRPA. So that will be helpful for a boost in our credits. And then, as I mentioned earlier, I would like to expand the Kingsbury General Improvement District road operations to their whole service area, which should also increase our credit capacity there. So that, combined with a few more projects that we have kind of coming down the pipeline, we should be able to meet that milestone within the next 5 years from now. Like I said, right now we're at 105. If we look at the KGID road registration, the State Line Stormwater Association, we have a Lower Kingsbury area-wide project, and then another one in Zephyr Heights and Marla Bay. We should be able to achieve the 168 and have a little bit of room to spare. Of course, everything is approximate until you put it into the pollutant load reduction model and actually figure out, working with NDEP and figuring out what are all the different inputs and do we agree on that and what is the true load reduction that we can anticipate from doing those. But as far as the high level planning, I see that we should be able to maintain these credits as long as we can keep up our maintenance and show that we're doing that annually. So then I just wanted to speak to the next 5 years beyond this period. This table is also referenced in the interlocal agreement. Each interlocal agreement lasts for 5 years. So this one would be up at the end of the water year. So September 30th of 2026. The next 5-year period would start on October 1st, 2027. And so those are the anticipated annual targets and the 5-year milestone. And you can see for that next 5-year period, there's a jump of 20 credits. So it starts to become a little bit less the further out you look, although it truly is more because you're having to do everything that you've ever done in the past, plus a little bit more, plus keep everything maintained. So I just want to kind of give you that long-term picture of, what we're truly committing to here for Lake Tahoe. And we're not alone here in those efforts. So with that, that's all I had in regards to the TMDL, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have, or if you have additional for Jason here as well.
Thank you, Courtney. First, we'll open it up to public comment and then bring it back to the board. Is there any public comment from chambers? Anything online, Natalie?
Natalie Wood for the record. If we have any participants through Zoom that would like to provide public comment at this time, please raise your hand. No public comment through Zoom.
Courtney, you're doing pretty good. We'll bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
First of all, Courtney, I hardly recognize you without a hard hat. The Lake Tahoe area is my area, and we have been on several occasions meeting out there on different problems. I want to congratulate you on what you have accomplished. We had a little problem with there on Kale Drive where the abandoned pipes, the water was flowing over the street and then into the other pond on the north side, which didn't work too well, and you got that taken care of rapidly. I've been fielding questions, what's TMDLs and blah blah, and unfortunately I understand this stuff. It wasn't anything that was on my radar. It just happened. One question that was asked that I couldn't answer is what happened if we don't get enough credits?
Courtney Walker, for the record, I would like to defer to Jason Kuchnicki from NDEP for that one.
Jason Kuchnicki, NDEP. There are, if you look in the interlocal agreement, there's actually a section that discusses that. I forget what the title is called right now, and I left my copy back there. So, but that would just depend on a lot of factors. So, how much was the target missed by? Was it something that was egregious? I mean, did Douglas County just throw their hands up and say, we're not doing this anymore? Or was there a good faith effort that was made towards achieving those targets? So those are the types of things that we would look at, and it's really a difficult question to answer at this particular time. It would just depend on the nature of the circumstances.
So nobody goes to jail. Okay, that was a smart aleck response, but look, a lot of times people are interested in, okay, well, if we don't meet this, what happens now? And it's hard to answer that because nobody's been able to give me a straight answer. Nobody gets blindfolded. Nobody gets their fingers broken. Guido doesn't come to visit you, and but I do know that being on the State Line Water Association and learning what the drop vaults are and how they have to be maintained and all that has been a real education. But I want to say that this is a very good program, and this is something that's very needed for our county to be part of this, to keep our end of the bargain, to keep that lake as clean as we can. And sitting on the TRPA governing board has been a real education. I can't call them what I used to call them, but because now I are one. But I want to thank you for all that you do for our county and at the lake as well as down here in the valley.
Any other comments from the board? Commissioner Rice, you haven't seen that stockade up there by the court where the representative from the lake has to spend his days if we don't make that goal? So, Courtney, you better.
So, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner
I think
Gardner?
the operative question is there a finding process if we don't achieve our goals? I mean, that's really, let's get down to the bottom line. We're talking about $200,000 for the next 5 years, but if we don't achieve those goals, is there a finding process? Or are we subject to additional fees? That's really bottom lining it. Okay.
Right. We do have a continuous improvement and adaptive management component of the TMDL. So we're in this implementation phase, but we're not just going through the motions here, and we're taking time to reflect every year at what our progress has been. And I mean, quite honestly, to get to your question, recently in recent years, the clarity levels have not been tracking with TMDL implementation. So that's a big question mark. And we have been working with the Science Advisory Council to determine What are the reasons for that? Undoubtedly, if all the jurisdictions have not been doing all these great efforts, the lake clarity would be much worse than the recent levels. So we want to continue that effort. But we're working with the Science Council right now to evaluate what other controls might be impacting clarity, and to also seek out what other types of solutions might be viable to be able to meet our clarity goals. So it's a little bit too early to say right now what those are, but there is a science plan that we are at the very beginning of implementing to try and better understand those controls. And then we have a process in place, like I said, the TMDL adaptive management and continuous improvement system, where we can take that information, we can consider it, and then we can adjust the program accordingly. It's not a static program. It's designed to be able to adjust to changing times. So every year we put out a call for scientific findings or technical information or stakeholder concerns or comments that we would consider in making these programmatic adjustments. So if that answers your question exactly, but there is a planning process to which we can consider, okay, it's looking like we're going to have a real tough time, meeting these targets. So what do we do from here? And, we would work hand in hand with you. This wouldn't be something that the regulatory agencies, the Hahn Water Board and NDEP would, make a decision unilaterally. We would want to definitely consider what input you guys have. So.
I have another question with what's been going on lately, and how do you determine whether it's the county's not taking care of their TMDLs, or it's the ashes falling from the sky from all of these fires?
Right. What we're regulating, I suppose, in the interlocal agreements is the load reduction milestones and the credit targets. So those load reduction milestones that were established by the TMDL, and we've incorporated those into the interlocal agreement. So we're really taking a look at what do we think is needed based on the rigorous science that was completed for the TMDL effort. What do we think is needed to get to a certain level of clarity to get us to that standard or target overall goal? And so we're not really regulating on the clarity value itself. There's nothing in the interlocal agreement that says you must achieve this level of clarity by this time frame, or else you're in violation of your interlocal agreement. It's only those load reduction targets. And the framework that we've set up is the crediting program, estimating the benefit from the pollutant controls that have been implemented. That's how you get to those targets. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Nosad.
Excuse me. I'm looking at the point system, and then I'm looking down here and seeing dollar signs. They are necessarily linked, aren't they? So if you say you're doing you're a 110 point system, and you need X number of dollars, but you're looking at those dollars that we've appropriated for you, and you say ain't going to make it. Is that where you're going to lose your points?
No. There is a cost to implementing pollutant controls. Fortunately, in the Tahoe Basin, there's also a lot of solutions. As I mentioned, our agency has that 319H grant that has a funding. It's a statewide competitive grant. Also, our sister agency, the Nevada Division of State Lands, administers the Tahoe Bond Act, which, is from time to time has to be the bond sales have to be approved, but they've never really had a hang up with approving those, to my knowledge. And that's quite a few millions of dollars. And so we're very fortunate in the Tahoe Basin to have monies for the capital improvements or those pollutant controls that are installed in the ground. Really where the county comes in is maintaining those. And so, as Courtney had mentioned, as time goes on, it's probably going to get more expensive to maintain those, just from the simple fact that, yes, there's more and more pollutant controls that you have to implement, that you have to maintain. But no, you wouldn't. The only way that you could possibly not get the credit for it is if you didn't put resources towards maintaining something that needed to be maintained. And in that case, that's the beauty of the crediting program, is it provides you a way to target your actions. So drilling down a little bit deeper, we can determine how much Kale Basin gets credit-wise as compared to, say, the Oliver Park Basin. And if it comes down to a financial decision that, hey, we don't have enough money to maintain both of those basins, obviously you want to put your money towards where you're going to get the most bang for the buck. Let's maintain the Kale Basin because it gets much more credit, right? So that's kind of the beauty of the crediting program, is it allows you to prioritize your actions.
Yeah, it gives you some wiggle room.
Right. You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, I had one more question.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. Courtney, I hope I heard this earlier. I don't know that it was emphasized. As I heard earlier, correct me if I'm wrong, entering into this agreement facilitates the grant process to a greater extent. Is that right, versus doing another process? Is that really the basis for this?
It is. That is the benefit towards being doing the interlocal agreement. If we decided that we weren't going to sign this document, then NDEP could potentially come back and say, okay, well, you will through a permit instead. And if they did do that, then we would not be able to obtain grant funding to implement any of it.
Any more questions from the board? Comments? This is an action item. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Public comment. Yes. We did with one. Yeah. No, we'll open it up for public comment. Seeing none in chambers. Anybody on Zoom, Natalie?
Natalie Wood for the record. If we have any Zoom participants that would like to provide public comment on this item, please raise your hand. No public comment through Zoom.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the board for a vote. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Rice.
I move that we approve the interlocal agreement between Douglas County and the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, and authorize the county manager to execute all documents necessary as presented.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Courtney and Jason. Okay. Now moving on to item number 10. For possible action, discussion to approve a $4,776,759 contract with Sierra Nevada Construction Incorporated as the construction manager at risk for a portion of the Cave Rock water system improvement project. The treatment plant improvement GMP 1A and the Lake Tahoe intake modification GMP 22, and authorize the county manager to execute the contract. Mr. Robillard, Mr. McCullough, you have the floor.
Hello, Commissioners. Rick Robillard, Douglas County Public Works, Senior Civil Engineer for the record.
Um, what I'm going to bring forth, what you're seeing on the screen, is a revision to a PowerPoint presentation that was brought forth by Phil Ricker, our Director of Public Works, in your April board meeting. This has revisions updating the project as we're moving forward. With that, I'm going to go ahead and get started on the presentation. With the presentation outline, with the project summary, it's going to go over the proposed contracts and budget and the recommended actions as we move forward in the multi-year project. In summer of 2020, the water line replacement under a different project not related to this project itself was a $1.6 million design, bid, and build project where we replaced 3,000 linear feet of water line for the Cave Rock water system, and that occurred in the summer of 2020. This summer in 2021, the first project considered GMP 3A was the $4.9 million CMAR project in the Cave Rock area, where we completed approximately 8,500 linear feet of water main and 52 service connections. That project is currently being wrapped up right now. We met our target date before the October 15th dig moratorium in the Tahoe Basin, and we finished base paving by the end of this week, and we'll do project punch list next week. What's being brought before you guys today is the water treatment plant and lake intake project, which was a component of the overall water systems improvements. And we have combined GMP 1A and 2 together to form the $4.7 or $4.8 million action item today, which is the replacement of the microfiltration skids for the Cave Rock treatment plant, and then also upgrade the lake intake, which provides surface water to the treatment plant for the Cave Rock water system. For the summer of 2022 is the final component of this project, where we complete the rest of the water line replacement through Lake Ridge, Hidden Woods, and then along the Highway 50 frontage from approximately Cave Rock Drive down to the Cave Rock State Park boat ramp. That's currently in design. So these are the active contracts that are going on right now. HDR Engineering is the design consultant. That's already an approved contract. Sierra Nevada Construction teams up with Core Construction as the CMAR pre-construction services. That contract is currently in place. I've already previously approved the GMP 1B, which was the water treatment plant equipment procurement due to the long lead times for manufacturing of the microfiltration skids. GMP 3A, which is the water line replacement that we're finishing up. And then today's current contract, which is GMP 1A and GMP 2 combined together in one contract for the treatment plant upgrades and the lake intake system. And then the final feature contract we would bring forth to you guys would be the GMP 3B. So this is a breakdown of kind of the current contracts amounts and then the estimated contracts during design. So what you see before you is the GMP 1A and GMP 2 lake intake systems combined for that $4,776,759 today contract. This is the budget summary, a breakdown of funding sources for this project. We did secure a U.S. Forest Service grant of $500,000, the SRF loan of $16.2 million approximately. We received $250,000 of SRF principal forgiveness, and then capital reserve funding of $4.1 million, which funds the project completely at $21 million approximately. So there is currently a balance of $16.19 million available, and will encumber $4.78 million approximately with this contract. So the recommended action is to approve the $4,776,759 contract with Sierra Nevada, and authorize the county manager to sign the necessary documents. And with that, I'd open up to questions.
First, we'll open it to public comment and then bring it back to the board. Is there any public comment in regard to this matter? Seeing none in chambers. Natalie, anybody online?
Natalie Wood for the record. If you would like to provide public comment on this item, please raise your hand if you're participating through Zoom. We do have one caller. I'll start with them. Okay, no response, no public comment through Zoom.
Okay, see no further public comment. Any comment from the board or questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
This project before us is the closure almost of the project up there that was very necessary due to the decaying condition of the water up in that area, of the water delivery systems as well as the intake systems, and this has already been discussed and cussed, and this is the final approval with the exception of the next laying of the pipe, and it's my understanding that this is money that's already been put in the pipeline, pardon me, no pun intended, and I would recommend that we approve it.
Any further questions? Stand by.
I will make the motion. I move that we approve the $4,776,000, sir.
Commissioner Tarkanian, did you have a comment? Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Wes. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the $4,776,759 construction manager at risk contract with Sierra Nevada Construction Incorporated for water treatment plant and lake intake upgrades, GMPs 1A and 2 for the Cave Rock Water System Improvement Project as presented, and authorize the county manager or public works director to sign any necessary documents.
I'll second it.
Now we got it straight. Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Tarkanian. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Mr. Robillard, before you leave, the treatment plant, what drives that system? Is it electrical or gas, or what is it?
It's electrical with backup generators for power failures. So diesel generator during the power failures.
Okay, this is item number 11 for possible action. Discussion to approve a waiver for the requirement to install a fire sprinkler system in a manufactured home for Dennis and Gwen Carrillo at 2840 Romero Drive, Minden, APN 1420-26-401-405, as required under the Section 903.2 of the International Fire Code as set out in the Appendix B and Title 20 of the Douglas County Code. Mr. Booth, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the Commission. Sam Booth, Deputy Director of Community Development. This afternoon, this item we have before you is brought to you today due to Ordinance 2021-1580 that this board approved in March. That ordinance amended Appendix B of Title 20 which relates to the adopted 2018 International Fire Code. And it added a new section, 903.2.4, which exempts manufactured homes from the requirement to install automatic sprinkler systems if several conditions are met. Community development is just the keeper and processor of this application, and we're bringing it forward to you today. So the applicant, as you read, Mr. Chairman, is Dennis and Gwen Carrillo at 2840 Romero Drive in Minden. They've submitted materials that are in your packet starting on page 307. There's an application that they made to our department. There's a letter to the board, an email correspondence with East Fork Fire that they were made aware of the application, as well as estimates from their home builder for the sprinkler installation costs or the home estimate without the sprinkler installation. Again, as I said, I really just am here to relay that the application was made. You'll notice in your packet there are two motions. Of course, always the board has two options to take on to approve or deny, but community development staff did not take a position on this. Although I have spoken with East Fork Fire Marshal Amy Ray, and I believe she is available either in the room or maybe on Zoom to make comments, as well as the applicant.
Natalie Wood, for the record, we did have Amy Ray on Zoom, but I've lost her. I don't know if these phone numbers, either of them are her. I'm going to go ahead and try and just see if either of them are her real quick, because I know she was trying to participate through Zoom. Caller, just checking to see if you're Amy Ray.
That's correct. The 546-3738, Amy Ray, Fire Marshal for East Fork Fire.
Okay, if you would like to make any comments on this item, now would be your time, Ms. Ray.
Thanks, Chairman, if I may.
Okay.
Just,
Ms. Ray, stand by a moment.
just to clarify, the applicant should speak first. They're the one that's applying for the exemption, and then East Fork can respond, and then the applicant could have a response. But it's the application. The applicant should have a chance to make their case with if the chair is so inclined.
Is the applicant in chambers? Do we know if the applicant is online, Natalie?
Natalie Wood, for the record, it looks like they're on Zoom.
I am.
Okay, Ms. Ray, if you can stand by, we'll let the applicant go first, and then we'll follow with you if that's okay. Okay. Mr. Carrillo, go ahead.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all for taking the time to review our case today. We feel that we meet or exceed all the requirements that are on the table to get a waiver on the fire sprinkler system. We have I'm a little nervous, so excuse me. We have submitted everything properly. We have the WUI package with our home. We have a clear defensible barrier plus access to a water truck nearby in the event of a fire. You know, our house is well under 5,000 square feet, and I feel at this point, you know, we've done what we've needed to do to meet the requirements for waiver approval.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Ray? Are you available?
Natalie, would
Yes,
record,
thank you.
let's go ahead and pause. We actually have legal counsel on for the applicant or appellant. If they have anything to speak before Miss Ray, if they wanted to, since she's on the line.
Okay, Ms. Ray, can you stand by a moment? Legal counsel is going
Yes.
to speak. Okay. Go ahead, Natalie.
Ms. Fisher, go
If
ahead.
I may, Mr. Chair. Were you waiting for me? Okay.
Yes.
This is Susan Fisher with McDonald Corano. I'm not actually a lawyer, but I represent Nevada Housing Alliance, which is a statewide association of manufactured home dealers. And we've been working very closely with Mr. and Mrs. Carrillo on their home and on this issue in particular, and with your staff as well. And the Nevada Housing Alliance is a statewide association of manufactured home dealers, and we do encourage the board to approve this waiver application made by the Carrillos for their home to be placed at 2840 Romero Drive. We appreciate the steps that the board took last March of this year to provide the waiver process for the ordinance requiring the installation of automatic sprinkler systems in manufactured homes. And we appreciate, as I said, the time and responsiveness of your general counsel, Doug Ritchie, and staff and the community development department, the time that they spent working through the waiver application process to make it more constituent friendly. Our Nevada Housing Alliance members, manufactured home dealers, review planned home sites with prospective purchasers and advise them on fire safety features as needed, depending on where that home is going to be situated, such as the Wildland Urban Interface, or WUI, as it's called, which are standards for fire protection and fire-resistant building design and materials in high fire-prone areas. Mr. and Mrs. Carrillo chose to purchase a WUI package for their home at a cost of just over $9,000. They have a vast amount of defensible space, as you'll see from the plot map that's shown. And, a sprinkler system may help knock down a fire that starts inside, but it will do nothing to prevent fire damage from the outside in, as the WUI package does. So again, I thank you for your time and for your consideration on this waiver application. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, Ms. Ray.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Amy Ray, for the record, East Fork Fire. As a fire marshal for East Fork Fire, I'm opposed to the exemption of residential fire sprinkler systems in a one or two family dwelling or manufactured house. I would like to provide information on the purpose of residential fire sprinklers and the reason for my opposition. As we go through the information and we get to the body of the exemption request, it is important we remember one word: value, and what that truly means in this situation. What are we really placing value on? Residential fire sprinklers are important for the following reasons, regardless of the classification of the home. Number one, the safety of the occupants. Sprinklers allow the residents of any home the ability to escape a fire, keeping it small and sometimes putting it out. The value of life safety cannot be measured. Number two, property preservation. Sprinklers keep the fire confined to one room in over 97% of structure fires, as only one sprinkler head goes off in the area of the fire. They use less water than the fire department, resulting in less water damage and less property damage. Residential structure fire that spreads to the wildlands is a threat, as we've seen in the Tamarack fire. Many insurance companies offer a break of up to 10% if the home has residential fire sprinklers installed. Number three, firefighter safety. Sprinklers allow the residents to escape, preventing firefighters from having to go into a burning building to search for occupants, reducing firefighter injury. Number four, topographic and geographic challenges. Fire sprinklers start fire suppression way before fire apparatus can get there. We have a large district and rely on our firefighters at our 5 career stations and the volunteers at our 7 volunteer fire stations. Though we try to respond to a call within 9 minutes, some areas take much longer due to topographic and geographic challenges. The availability of resources. Sprinklers act as a first-in firefighter. We have a limited staff for firefighting operations. Based on our standards of cover document in 2018, a residential structure fire in an area without hydrants could have a minimum of 21 personnel for safe and effective fire prevention. We only have 22 firefighting personnel on shift per day, plus our volunteers if they are available, which doesn't allow us the availability to be able to be safe and effective. Number 6, the accessibility of water. Many areas have a municipal system providing hydrants and gallons of water to fight the fire. There are many areas without water, so we have to bring our own. That limits our ability to perform a rescue or fight fire safely. Water is our protection when fighting a fire. The installation of residential fire sprinklers in a manufactured home is easy to do, as they install the piping at the factory and then it is hooked to the water source by a licensed fire sprinkler contractor. In regards to this project, residential fire sprinklers are a benefit as I previously stated. It is in the Douglas County Code as adopted by the Board of County Commissioners in 2019 that requires the installation in all new homes greater than 1,000 feet from a fire hydrant. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask Amy a question?
Yes, go ahead.
I don't want to get cross with it, Amy. I don't win at home with that either. But Amy, we voted as a board to allow exceptions to be heard and voted on. You've listed a lot of reasons, and very good reasons, why you believe that fire sprinkler system should be in the mobile homes, but we've, as a board, also weighed the cost to people who can't afford a more expensive home, or the cost of those. So my question basically is this: what exactly is your reason for being against this applicant as opposed to any other mobile park applicant? Is there anything different here that he's having that you're against, or is it just you're against all mobile homes not having sprinklers?
I am against an exemption for any home to not have sprinklers based on the criteria and the adoption of the ordinance in 2019. I believe that all new construction and the requirement for residential fire sprinklers in areas that don't have water is for the safety of the occupants, and I believe that it should be enforced as is, and no exemptions should be made regardless if it's a custom home or if it's a manufactured home.
Yeah,
The value is still the same.
No, I understand
Life
that.
safety.
No, I understand that. But the question was, I mean, you quoted that we passed a statute in 2019 where we also passed an ordinance. We passed an amendment to that ordinance this year with this board, which allows for exemptions if the board approves it. So my question, is there anything different with this one than any others? And I take it from your answer there is not. Is that correct?
That's correct. I do not believe that any of them should be allowed an exemption, regardless of who it is or where it is.
Are we done
Commissioner
with
Gardner?
Are we done with Ms. Ray's presentation, or?
Well, yeah, it was a question directed towards her.
Yes,
So if you have a question for Ms. Ray or just a comment, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a general comment. Back March when we addressed this issue, Mr. Chair, I had some real concerns about the cost benefit to manufactured homes, and especially the affordability, certainly in South County, where we have a lot of areas that are of manufactured home capacity, and the ability of homeowners to get into those properties in an affordable manner. And this is another one. I was expecting many more of these to come forward before now, certainly in my particular district, and this one happens to be up in Commissioner Noasad's district, but I see no difference there. And my ultimate concern here is we had 12 families in South County lose their homes in South County due to the Tamarack fire, and there is no method of fire suppression that could have mitigated that issue. And these homeowners that I'm in contact with down there now are struggling to afford even to put new manufactured homes on these properties. And so that could severely negate their ability to get back into a home on their property. So I approved, or I was very much in favor of this particular method of exemption, and I continue to feel that way, and I just don't see any cost benefit to this to the homeowner, and I don't believe that anything that Ms. Ray displays would mitigate a problem that the fire would take care of. So, anyways, I'm in favor of this particular exemption.
I'd like to direct this to Mr. Booth. This facility or this unit is going to be in a relatively, it's not going to be in the WUI. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
Okay, well, one of the considerations is why do the WUI package if you have to get a sprinkler? Just ignore the WUI package and get the sprinklers. But that's not the way it worked out. So, do we hear a motion? Oh, excuse me. Okay, Mr. Carrillo, do you have any more comments?
I don't. Thank you folks for your time.
Any other comments from the chambers? Public comment. Anybody online? Seeing none, moving back to the board. Any further comments, discussion? Commissioner Tarkanian?
I'm going to make a motion to approve a waiver from the requirement of the installation of an automatic sprinkler system for Dennis and Gwen Carrillo at 2840 Romero Drive, Minden, APN 1420-26-401-045 based on the facts presented.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, a second by Commissioner Gardner. All those in favor signify by voting aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Chairman, could I have just 5 minutes because I think this next one may be a little while?
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Recording stopped.
Okay, our next agenda item is item 12.
Recording in progress.
Our next agenda item is item 12. For possible action, discussion on the adoption of ordinance 2021-1587 and ordinance amending Title 20 Chapter 20.600 golf courses, and Chapter 20.69 691 penalties and enforcement fees, and adding a new section 20.691.350 action by the district attorney to require a maintenance plan for closed golf courses and increase of nuisance penalties from $125 to $250 per day for residential properties and from $125 to $750 per day for non-residential properties, golf courses, and open space properties. Mr. Booth, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chairman. Sam Booth, Deputy Director of Community Development for the record. This item before you today, as you read, is Ordinance 2021-1587. This ordinance was, as any zoning text amendment to Title 20, was presented to the Planning Commission on August 10th. The Planning Commission reviewed the potential ordinance and did make some slight revisions to the ordinance, and ultimately recommended approval to the board by a vote of 6-0. And this item was introduced before the board on September 16th. In your packet on page, starting on page 324, there's a staff report that outlines some of the highlights of the ordinance. This amends Title 20.600, imposing a requirement that any golf course that ceases commercial operations must submit a maintenance plan to the Director of Community Development and include the hiring of a third-party landscape maintenance company. It also amends Title 20.691 related to penalties and enforcement fees to increase the nuisance penalty for residential properties and add a new penalty for non-residential properties, golf courses, and open space, as well as adding a new section that authorizes Douglas County, the DA, to file a civil action in court to enforce these regulations. With any zoning text amendment, there are 4 findings that must be made for approval, A through D. Those start on packet page 325 through page 326, and staff has reviewed each of those findings, and we do believe that the findings can be made for approval. So as you see in your packet, staff is recommending approval of the ordinance today. For further details, Chief Civil DA Mr. Ritchie assisted with much of the drafting of the ordinance, and either Doug or myself can answer questions.
Mr. Chairman, before public comment, can I just get a couple clarifications, because I heard something different from what I've been represented to before we went forward.
Commissioner Tarkanian, go ahead.
Mr. Ritchie, we had spoke before about the requirement of a third-party landscaper as opposed to in-house landscaper. Mr. Booth had said they have to have a third party. You would advise me that that was removed and they can take care of it in-house.
Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Ritchie.
Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Commissioner Tarkanian, you are correct. Originally, that provision was in the ordinance. However, after comments from the Planning Commission as well as consultation with one of the golf course owners' attorneys, there were revisions, including the elimination of that provision. At this point, the ordinance as drafted only requires that a golf course submit a maintenance plan if they're basically closed down for other than normal maintenance.
And one final question. Again, I'm a little new here, so bear with me. Golf courses, what are they zoned for? Can they be zoned for residential and still have a golf course? I know that the Badlands in Las Vegas was. How are the golf courses up here zoned?
Thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian. That's a great question. Sam Booth is the expert on this, but I believe there's multiple zoning districts in which a golf course can be built or operated. To clarify, some people have referred to this as the Henderson Ordinance. This is not the Henderson Ordinance. It is very much different. This is crafted and tailored for Douglas County and our Title 20.
I guess, Mr. Booth, I'm not talking about the home areas, which already are built in residential. I'm talking about the golf course itself. If it's 18 holes, are the 18 holes zoned something different from being residential? I assume it is, but what is your answer?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Tarkanian and Sam Booth, for the record. In most cases, a golf course is zoned private recreation, PR, or public facilities, PF. I do not believe, and I don't have the code with me this afternoon, but I do not believe that our single-family residential zonings allow golf course in the residential zoning. So typically it's public facilities or private recreation. I also, just off the top of my head, know that I believe it's also allowed in our agricultural 19 and forest and range 19 with a special use permit.
Okay, we'll call for public comment and then bring it back to the board. Is there any public comment?
Sir, the machine is not giving us a yellow light. I will raise my right hand when you have 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. My name is Fred Gartrell. I'm the general and operating partner of Genoa Golf Group 4, which has 2 golf courses in Douglas County. I want to compliment and let you commissioners know how much we appreciate all that the county does for our community and for all of the folks in this community. I clearly am partial to all our other golf club owners who have rescued, in many cases, their golf clubs from bankruptcy, like we rescued Genoa Lakes and the Rancho Resort Course. The previous owner threw the keys to Bank of America and said, get rid of it. We stepped in after 3 other offers were made that couldn't qualify and purchased this club or these clubs in 2014. But let me talk about other golf club owners and other golf club operations. We have one of the top 100 golf clubs in the United States, just up the highway in Lake Tahoe. We're very proud of what they've accomplished. We have another golf club that's getting very close to being accepted in that same high class classification, and that's Clear Creek. At one time, the 2 courses, or one of the 2 courses that we currently operate, was in that top 100. But what I like about this golf club owners group is how much emphasis they put on golf with kids. We do it, they do it, and we are proud to see our young people in this county, in Douglas County, having golf opportunities. We provide year-round golf because after all these other courses close at the mountains, where do the young people that are in golf clubs and high school clubs, where do they practice? So we try to provide that at no charge. So last year, we accommodated about 900 rounds of those kids play free with us in the winter. We like that. We like how many in the golf club organizations, how many seniors and volunteers are made available so they can play free golf. And that's not done just with Genoa Lakes and the Genoa Ranch property. We like the communities of the golf clubs. We feel good about that. Am I done? Okay, let me wrap it up. We're a big taxpayer in the county. We're also a big employer in the county, and we also provide a lot of services. We think that this ordinance is unnecessary, unfair, and unconstitutional. I'd like to leave it with one final thing. We love Douglas County. We're here. We're going to keep them open.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question because he's one of the owners? I know usually in public comment
Go ahead.
but he's an
Go
owner.
ahead, go ahead, Commissioner Tarkanian.
Okay. Thank you. What do you find burdensome or oppressive or unfair in this ordinance for you? What is it that concerns you the most?
Been isolated and picked on the golf course operators. There's a lot of folks that have space in this county and have open space. They're not required to meet any other statute besides this common Douglas County ordinance.
And that's going to be a question I'll ask Mr. Booth is about the singling out of one entity, and as I've discussed that previously. But what I'm trying to get at, I'm trying to understand, and believe me, there's every single person who sent a comment in, I'm sure all of us county commissioners got the same, we're all in favor of this ordinance, okay? I think a lot of people don't understand how expensive it is to run a golf course, how if you're not building the property around it, it really is most of them are lose money. And I do appreciate all the things that you do for the community. My daughter is, one of my 3 daughters is a golfer, and I understand how important it is to have those resources. But what I'm trying to understand here is, and I've talked to several of the different golf course owners, is, okay, so let's say this is a duplicate ordinance. Okay, but it shouldn't affect you then. It's already there if it's duplicate. What I'm trying to figure out is what is going to hurt you if we pass this that's not already on the books if it's only a duplicate?
It's called the $750 a day charge. When you look at any violation brought forward by a homeowner within our community, that we have provided a nuisance. The bill has gone up from $150 to $750 a day.
That 750 fine isn't just on golf courses. It's on all open space. Am I correct? So it doesn't single out just golf courses. It's on all open spaces.
Our nuisance provision, I was under the impression it had a different set of penalties than the normal golf proposed ordinance.
You want to answer that?
I'm obviously incorrect then.
This is
looking at Doug Ritchie's comment or view.
Well, because I discussed all this with them. Listen, I spoke with you beforehand. I spoke with other golf course owners. I spoke with a lot of landowners, and I'm trying to get an understanding to clarify this. The golf course is singled out in certain portions of it, but the fines in this new ordinance applies to not only golf courses but all public lands and open spaces.
Is that correct?
Chairman, if I may. Thank you. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. I'm sorry for that misunderstanding, but under 20.691.310, the fine under C is up to $750 a day and applies to any non-residential, which includes open space. It's not just golf course operators.
As I read it, I didn't come away with that impression that was a limitation, but it's clear on this ordinance that it's $750. It's not up to. Am I correct?
Sir, it says up to $750 per day.
Okay. That settles that point for me.
Okay.
I would like the gentleman in this board to recognize that we like Douglas County. We're fully intending to be here. We lost in the first 6 years we owned this multi-million dollars over and above what we paid for it. And we are now finally seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, which is, for us, COVID-19 was a real setback, the first part. We lost in 1/4 of $500,000. But we're seeing now a totally different view because people are wanting to get out of their houses and play golf. And the kids are going with their daddies and mommies to play golf. We love that. We want to see more of that. We would also like to see more energy devoted in this county to volunteerism and charities and all of the extra things that we need. This county does a great job with that, by the way. I have to say, I am really pleased to be in a county where there are so darn many good volunteers that'll work their butt off for this county and everything they do. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I had to get up here and leave, but I've got a grandson that's 12 and he's dying for his grandpa to come home, take care of him, cook him a meal. So thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Any further?
Mr. Gartrell, before you leave, Mr. Chair, may I?
Mr. Gardner.
Yeah. Before you leave, I just want to, I do appreciate, and I believe the rest of the commissioners appreciate what you bring to our community, especially the philanthropic areas. And it seems like, the only tournaments I play in are the best ball tournaments. And, I invited Mr. Tarkanian to play with me. And he says, well, that's okay as long as we don't have to use my ball. And I said, well, no, there's only one designated member per 4-member team, and I'm already it. Okay, and it seems like Genoa Lakes Golf Course is the go-to place for all of our charitable organizations here in town for golf tournaments. And so I don't want you to think if this gets approved, it has any reflection on you whatsoever. Okay?
Thank you. We put
important.
on 23 charitable golf events this year at Genoa Lakes and Genoa Ranch, and we'll continue to do even more next year. Thanks
you
for the
very
comment.
much.
Is there any further public comment?
Thank you. Sirs, thank you for listening to me this late in the day. I know it's been a long day for all of us. My name is John Cataldo, 18 years, resident of Douglas County. My daughter graduated from Douglas High, younger daughter. I've been here working and living with my wife since 2003, after living and working throughout the United States and globally. I'm here to ask you very strongly to support and put in place 1587. I was on the other side of the coin when the guys got out of bed and decided, no, we're here to make money and plow it down, and gathered our whole community together to tell them we're going to plow down your golf course and put in 200 homes and double up the density, and you better help us get the zoning approved for that, or else we're going to just make it a parking lot for RVs, clearly to dozens and dozens of residents in a community meeting, or else we're going to put in soccer fields and turn on the lights all night, or else we'll just leave it to seed. The reality is, as is demonstrated in other parts of this state and other states, that the small group of golf course owners in a given community have an inordinate power over that community because their site uniquely stretches throughout the community. And they can threaten very credibly to leave the site in disarray or into decay in order to, I'll use the word convince, the local community to try to limit the damages and agree with their plans. This has happened in Southern Nevada and threatened here. 2018, the meeting I just described occurred. That sort of evolved into 2019 of sort of a smile and a threat. Well, hey, you know what? We won't carry out those threats. Here's the deal. Pay us $6 million within 60 days. This is in writing. And we'll back off, take our cash, and go home. Or hey, another deal. Put a tax on every home in the community. $125 a month. We're going to call it a dues, a social dues. But on threat of lien, just like any other obligation as a homeowner, pay it to us. We'll use it to fund our costs and our profits. Neither of those went through, but I'll tell you what, 2020, because of COVID, slowed down the push. This was a real push to cash out and make money. God bless golfers. God bless golf course owners that want to run a real business. And there are many in the county. They should not care about this ordinance. The current ordinance on the books today has a low bar and utterly de minimis consequences for avoiding it. That's clear by the fact that a group of owners in our county pushed hard, very hard, with many threats, totally disregarding the ordinance today.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask him one question too?
Commissioner Tarkanian, you have the floor.
I haven't asked many today. I see you get mad at me. Just one quick question I got. Does your CCNRs require a golf course there?
Sirs, I don't know that the CNRs require a golf course there. They do note a golf courses there. They have diminished provisions for the golf course's obligation. So the provision in the CCNR for a residential home versus a golf course, as far as maintenance, aesthetics, etc., is much higher for a residential home.
The question I ask is this, because you mentioned the Las Vegas issues. In the Badlands golf course, the developer had in every CCNR the homeowner bought that this was a residential area, and it wasn't for a golf course. It was zoned residential. That's why I asked you what it was zoned for. I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, if you bought the property and the CCNRs don't protect it as a golf course, you can't then expect it to be a golf course. It has to be in the CCNRs or something that the county requires.
Let me defer to someone that really knows the CCNRs, Mr. Decanian. I don't know them that expertly. Just to answer your question, sir.
For the record, Mr. Tarkanian, Jim Hartman, the CCNRs, and I don't want to get too bogged down in Genoa Lakes because actually what we want to talk about are 7 golf courses here. 5 golf courses. Most of the people that have signed petitions and our cards in support actually live outside of Genoa Lakes. So I don't want this to turn into what happened at Genoa Lakes. But here, you raised an interesting point. The fact of the matter is the CCNRs at Genoa Lakes limit lots to 220 buildable lots. That issue, long before you were here, got litigated in 2004. There was an effort made to build additional housing on the Genoa Lakes golf course. And in 2004, there was a summary judgment granted to people that wanted to retain simply the 220 homes. The buyers of the golf course in 2014 apparently failed to look at and do their due diligence to find out that they were limited to 220 homes. And that's where we ran into dispute and a brutal fight in Genoa Lakes in 2018.
Yeah, I don't want this to be about Genoa Lakes, and that wasn't what my question was for. I guess I'm just trying, and you're not probably wasting time. You guys have been here a long time. It's not going to make a difference on this issue. But it is sort of, because I was so involved in what happened in Las Vegas and at the Badlands, my mother was on the city council, and I think she voted the wrong way, and I told her that.
Well, she's a Democrat, isn't she?
She's a Kennedy Democrat. Okay, be careful with yourself. She voted for Trump. Okay, twice. So look, but the point is, to me, is this, and is you buy property, and you don't have a guarantee that that golf course is going to be there unless that's part of what you bought into. Well, I mean, he may not have been able to put new homes there, but
we bought into home CCNRs that restricted construction to 220.
So he could put
and it got litigated.
So he could put soccer facilities out there if he wanted.
No, I don't think he could.
Okay, well then that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Nancy Edmondson, for the record. I have spoken with most of you before, and I've showed you my show and tell, which is this pile of 684 signatures, individual, from 5 of the golf courses. The other 2 golf courses, one is private, it's Glenbrook, and the other is Edgewood, which does not have any homes around it. So, we have a total of 684 people who have signed this petition. These are the people who are really concerned about the possible blight if the golf course were to be closed. And that was a real concern. The first meeting I went to actually was in 2017, and then the subsequent one in 2018, the ownership of Genoa Lakes said it is not a sustainable golf course, Genoa Lakes. And so he gave us options as homeowners, how we could help him to encourage golfing in the area. He said we can make it a 9-hole course, or we could build homes, or do both, or we could close the course. Twice, at 2 separate times, he threatened course closure. That is why we organized and decided we live in Douglas County. we should do an ordinance somewhat based on the Henderson one, but different for Douglas County, which is what has been done. So it's not a Henderson ordinance anymore. I totally agree with Mr. Pritchie. And all of these people are in favor of this ordinance. These are your constituents, and I would hope that you would consider them in your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, appreciate your time on the matter. It certainly is something that needs to be discussed. My name is John Lufrano. I am the General Manager for Indian Hills General Improvement District, for which Sunridge Golf Course exists in. I come with a different scenario. I actually was approached by one of the previous owners of Sunridge Golf Course and asked if Indian Hills General Improvement District was interested in purchasing Sunridge Golf Course. At that time, my reply was, a bedroom community of 6,000 people has no business owning a golf course. But you certainly can bring this to our board and see if the board is interested in that. Subsequently, shortly after that, the golf course was sold to Asian Pacific and Mr. Lee. But in that conversation that I had with that previous owner, the comment was made that if I can't sell the course, I have to brown the course out. Well, that didn't sit too well. That's a problem. If these golf course owners think that they have that available to them. The example was the golf course in Sparks that had been browned out and looks like something that I wouldn't want to live on. As the general manager, and knowing that we have a great deal of homes that live across or along the Sunridge Golf Course, this presents a problem. Knowing that you're working on something here in this ordinance that allows the homeowners to have some peace of mind that if it has to happen, if economically a golf course owner cannot sustain that golf course staying open for play, that they have to somehow manage that golf course in a different manner. So at least the people that spent a lot of money on these homes and these golf courses have some sort of avenue to know that their property values may not diminish drastically. The other avenue that I have as the district manager at this time, which will only be for another 2.5 months or so, we actually have a contract with Sunridge Golf Course that they have to take our effluent water, approximately 280,000 gallons of water a day. And that's a 25-year contract, that 50-year contract that we actually have with the golf course. Thank you. So again, it would be a big problem for Indian Hills General Improvement District if Sunridge Golf Course was able to brown out. In this ordinance, Sunridge Golf Course is going to have to maintain that golf course in some fashion, which means they're going to have to take our effluent water, which then folds into the agreement that I currently have with Sunridge Golf Course, and therefore doesn't interfere with the operations and the way that operation was set up years ago. So as I sit here today, I support the ordinance, and I believe it's important that the residents of this county get to have that peace of mind. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Oh, print it? Okay, I can do that. Right. How do you do, gentlemen? My name is Henry Chesson, and my wife and I have been full-time residents of Douglas County since 1998. As medical professionals, we were attracted to the inherent beauty, the mild climate, and the potential to enjoy a safe and healthy lifestyle afforded by Douglas County. Previous commissioners and commissions have striven to enhance the safety,
the health and the quality of life and well-being of this county. They've also sought to maintain its economic vitality. This is all in accordance with your strategic plan, which is on your poster on the wall here. The ordinance, which my wife and I support, is a measure to discourage the occurrence of blighted properties in our county. Blighted properties negatively affect quality of life, health, and safety, besides economics. North and south of this county, there have been difficulties with similar properties having been willfully abandoned, neglected, or ill-maintained to the great annoyance and disadvantage of neighbors and fellow citizens. This board is to be commended for listening to the community's concerns and addressing these foreseeable concerns and risks to the health, safety, and quality of life here by evaluating and coming together with a measured ordinance to address some of these issues. You've taken the time to formulate a thoughtful and good response to discourage the negative effects that are possible with abandoned properties of these types in our county. As regards to some of the claims by opponents that it's unnecessary and duplication, I can only paraphrase James Madison, that if all men were angels, laws would be unnecessary. But, as you've heard, not all people are angels, and
30 seconds.
Yes. And attempts to get their way through coercion and threat just doesn't move the vast majority of homeowners here. I think when we sought opinion from people and they came through with the 600 or 700 letters, there was not one against reining in the excesses and the threats. Thank you for formulating this ordinance, and I request that you vote to pass it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
What'd I do? Okay. Chairman Engel, commissioners, good evening. I think we're in that stage right now. My name is Peter Thompson. Today's remarks in support of the ordinance 2021-5857 golf course and related facilities are based on my past experience and current experience of owning an international award-winning golf course architect, urban planning, landscape, and landscape architectural firm, now retired. The Title 20 of the Douglas County Development Codes addresses the proposed ordinance within the context of Section 20-600-01 Purpose. The framework of purpose is well laid out in the first paragraph, and I quote, "The purpose of the zoning regulation is to promote the public health, safety, general welfare, and preserve and enhance the aesthetic quality of the county by providing regulations to ensure an appropriate mix of land use in an orderly manner. In furtherance of this process is the county's desire to achieve a pattern and distribution of land uses which generally achieve the following along with the items noted in A and G of purpose." This section lays out an ethic an ethic relating to Douglas County of stewardship of the land. That, with the addition of this proposed ordinance, will enrich, enhance, and fulfill the current land use policies of Douglas County. Stewardship is defined in this context as an ethic that embodies the responsibility, planning, and management of resources, such as property. We who live in Douglas and Carson Valley are stewards of this land and strive to protect and enhance our surroundings for the benefit of our neighbors and for further inhabitants. It should be the same for our neighbors, whether a residential golf course or an residence
30 seconds.
or an approved area. Adding this ordinance will also add to the environmental aspects. In closing, we really are all stewards of the land. 684 individual petitioners, stewards urge your support and passage of 2021-1587. Thank you for your attention.
Again, Jim Hartman for the record. Everybody's tired. It's been a long day. I just want to say what this ordinance isn't. It isn't a wild and crazy, extreme proposal. We've actually been at this for 2 years. 2 years ago in November, coming up on 2 years, this board on a unanimous vote sent to staff the Henderson ordinance and said, take a look at the Henderson ordinance, make improvements on it, and they did. But this has been an ordinance that's been gestating, if you will, for 2 years. It was a unanimous vote of the commissioners in November of 2019. And I would just say this. We have been patient. We have been very patient for 2 years. And I want to salute the chairman of this board who's been persistent. He's been persistent in moving this forward. We want to be living in a community here that has a friendly attitude, that a golf course owner and the residents need to live in harmony here. We don't want to don't want to demand that a golf course be open. The owners of a golf course here in Nevada have every right to close a golf course under the Fifth Amendment. You have a right to private property, life, liberty, and private property. But if you close a golf course, the other value that we have is you've got to be a good steward of the land, and you've got to be a good neighbor to people that live nearby. That's important. This ordinance would basically say, you can do what you want with your property as long as you maintain it to a level that it doesn't create a public nuisance or becomes an attractive nuisance. That's a pretty low threshold. The golf course owner doesn't have to produce and keep a master's level golf course. It doesn't have to look like Augusta National. But it shouldn't fall to the level of DeAndrea in Sparks, where you have really a hellhole of a golf course. That's what we want to protect against. We don't want to see a golf course be weaponized. And that's what happened in our community in 2018. The golf course was weaponized. People said, if you don't let us do what we want to do, build homes out here or buy our golf course, then we'll let that golf course go to seed. We don't want to see it weaponized, and that's what passing this ordinance today will do. It'll complete a 2-year process, and we will live in a better community with protections against the falling away of the golf course value. Thank you.
Is there further public comment from chambers? Natalie, anybody on Zoom?
Natalie Wood for the record. We do not have any Zoom participants.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for any further comments or questions. Commissioner
Mr.
Gardner?
Chair. So I've been trying to review this process of the confusion between the defining process that Mr. Gartrell indicated. And if you look at this whole agenda item and you start with the title, it says $125 to $750. Then if you look at the background, it says, background says 125 up to 750. Then the memorandum on October 7th by Tom Dallaire indicates 125 to 750. So there's where a lot of the misunderstanding is. When you look at the actual resolution or the ordinance, in the summary, it also states from 125 to 250 for residential properties and adding a new penalty section for non-residential properties, golf courses, and open space properties, 750 per day. Then when you get down into the body of the actual ordinance, 20-691.310 penalties, it says item C says up to 750, may be subject. So I think that's where a lot of confusion lies. And I want to make sure that if we go ahead and do this ordinance, that we have that language in the ordinance that says up to. Now, the question I have for community development, Mr. Booth, is who makes that determination? I know that we have a vacation home rental board that reviews the penalty phases of unpermitted and up to $20,000. But who specifically is actually enforcing this? Is it code enforcement? Is it community development? Does it come back before this board for adjudication? Who makes those determinations as to whether or not the fine is because it's, it says up to $750. So I think that's a little unclear in my mind. So hopefully you can answer that.
I can. Thank you, Commissioner Gardner. Sam Booth for the record. Of course, there are levels to the review and approval in the process. First and foremost, it would be the code enforcement team that would determine if there's a violation, investigate the violation, and make an assessment of the fees or the fines. Excuse me. Any fine that's levied by the code enforcement team can be appealed to the Director of Community Development, and I believe the code gives the director the ability to determine where that fine sits. So the first check in the process would be that Director Tom Dallaire would have an appeal, or any property owner would appeal to the director. But if they're unhappy with the director's decision, they can appeal to the board.
That's where I was going. Ultimately, this board sits as the appeal agent. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. That answers my question, and I just want to make sure, Mr. Ritchie, that we get the wording in the ordinance correct.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Nosad.
I would like to bring this to Mr. Gardner's attention. In the actual text of the ordinance on section 20.691.310, penalty for violations B. Each day that the owner of a residential property fails to correct, abate any violation in this chapter after the date given in a notice may be subject to a civil penalty up to $250 per day with a maximum of $2,500. That's what the ordinance says. So maybe rather than reading the titles and the showmanship on the summary, we should read the actual text.
I did, Mr. Nosad. Thank you for calling my attention to that. I just want to direct that when we have these ordinances in place, it's very important that we not have any misunderstandings by our public or us in that regard. So these are things I think needed to be articulated to the public. Thank you.
If you're saying that in general terms, that's what we should do to all ordinances.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. I can appreciate the confusion. The title says 125 to 250. However, in the actual language of the ordinance, it separates it out between residential and golf course, open space, and non-residential property. So there's two classifications. And the language in both is up to $250 per day for residential, up to $750 per day for golf course, open space, and non-residential properties. Also, to clarify, it's not $2,500. Vice Chairman Noah said it's $25,000 is the maximum penalty under per B.
And that's an accumulated of the, whatever the fine was.
That is correct, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
I have a question for Mr. Ritchie. I think that most of us on this board have had private conversations with several of the people in this room. Do we need to disclose that?
Yeah, Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. There's two issues. One is open meeting law. If it's just one commissioner talking to constituents, that's not prohibited. It's encouraged for elected representatives to talk to their constituents. As far as disclosure under Nevada's ethics laws, you're only required to disclose and abstain if there's an appearance of impropriety, pecuniary interest, or blood relation up to the 5th degree of sanguinity. Basically, I always advise if you think there might be a problem, it doesn't hurt to disclose. Just to be clear, you also should put on the record whether you think that you can be impartial.
I would like to say that I've had the pleasure of speaking with several people in this room, both residents as well as golf course representatives, and it was fact-finding and that it has no bearing on my decision.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Tarkanian.
can I make a motion?
Stand by. Okay. Is there any further public comment from chambers? Any public comment on Zoom? Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any further public comment from the board? Commissioner Tarkanian.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt ordinance 2021-1587, amending Title 20, Chapter 20.600 and Chapter 20.691, and adding a new section 20.691.350.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further comment from the board? What I don't understand is motive. Edgewood isn't here, Riverside isn't here, Clear Creek isn't here. This doesn't affect them when you're talking about golf. So we have a motion by Commissioner Tarkanian, a second by Commissioner Nosad. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying nay. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, for Commissioner Rice, una más, número 13. 13. For possible action, discussion to approve a total budget transfer of $1.3 million with $700,000 coming from public defense services and $600,000 coming from the general fund contingency to establish the new indigent defense budget and to contract with Derek Lopez to perform the duties of the new indigent defense coordination as defined in the county plan for indigent defense services at a rate of $100 per hour, not to exceed $200,000. Mr. Cates, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have discussed the indigent defense services for a few meetings now. You had the State Department of Indigent Defense Services come and present to you, I believe, month before last, and last month we had review of the Douglas County plan for the provision of indigent defense services, which this board approved, and we've sent that to the state. This is the final step of board action that we need to put this new program in place. The first part of the action, as you stated, is to establish the budget for this, $1.3 million. The $700,000 is coming from the judicial account, where the current expenses were originally budgeted, and then $600,000 is coming from general fund contingency. The major components of this plan, other than the existing indigent defense contracts, are this contract with Mr. Lopez, as well as some operating costs for what is called extraordinary expenses, which is things like investigators and stuff that the indigent defense attorneys may require. So that's the first action that we are asking for. As we've talked about previously, the county is only under an obligation to make its maximum calculated contribution, which is a little over $875,000. The rest of the expense should be reimbursed by the state of Nevada. We have provided the budgetary information to the state. The Department of Indigent Defense Services is having that reviewed by their board. In order for them to get that money, it has to go to the Interim Finance Committee of the Nevada Legislature. And the way that'll work, we give them quarterly financial reports, and once we hit that threshold, they should provide reimbursement to us. So we shouldn't be on the hook for any more than we've spent historically on this program. And then the next item is to establish the coordinator position who manages all of these attorney contracts. That position has to be an attorney as was defined in the plan. For those who may not be familiar with Mr. Lopez, he has a long history with the county. He was most recently the assistant director for China Spring Youth Camp. He's also been in private practice, including an indigent defense contract with Douglas County. He also served in the as a district attorney for both Douglas County and Humboldt County. So he has extensive experience with this type of program, and specifically with Douglas County. I know that the judiciary, the judges I've talked to, are very supportive of him being in this role and his expertise, as well as the state, and even some of the attorneys that were contracted in are very favorable to him coming on board. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We'll open up to public comment and then bring it back to the board. Is there any public comment in regard to this agenda item? Seeing none from chambers. Natalie, anybody online?
Natalie Wood, for the record. We don't have any public, but we do have Mr. Lopez on the line.
Right.
Or on Zoom.
For the record, I think Mr. Lopez was here to answer any questions you may have for him. I don't think he has a presentation.
Okay, that being said, we'll bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
It has been my pleasure to know Mr. Lopez for many years. I worked as the deputy constable at the in the courts, both here at the lake, up at the lake, as well as down here. And I've known Mr. Lopez both as a prosecutor and as a defense attorney, and I believe that he is a great integrity, and that I'm very comfortable having him be in charge of the new indigent defense budget, and I would highly recommend that the board approve his appointment.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Any further comments? Does the DA's office get reimbursed from the state at all with these cases?
For the record, no.
That's what I thought. All right, this is an action item. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the transfer of $1.3 million to establish the indigent defense budget and approve a contract with Derek Lopez to perform the duties of the new indigent defense coordinator at a rate of $100 per hour, not to exceed $20,000 as presented. $200,000, pardon me. Didn't mean to shortchange you there, Derek.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Nosad. All those in favor signify by voting aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We do? Oh, that's closing. We're not there yet. Okay, item number 14. For presentation only, reports, updates from county commissioners, members of concerning the various boards and commissions that they may be a member of, or a liaison to, or meeting functions they have attended. Seeing none, that matter's closed.
Mr. Chair, I have no report.
Thank you. Good. Then we'll have closing public comments. At this time, we'll have closing public comments. Ms. Sterrett.
Virginia Sterrett. I'm a director of Protect Nevada Children, and so I wanted to make a comment. The Douglas County School Board has become aware of parent and community concerns over the possible teaching of critical race theory and or its underlying racist or Marxist claims in Douglas County classrooms. The board's first reaction appeared to be surprise and puzzlement that something called critical race theory would be considered at all in regards to our schools. That was followed by irritation and condescension. "We don't teach CRT," declared board member Chichester, as if that should be the end of the discussion. When it wasn't, the board decided to conduct a Hillary Clinton-style listening tour where the board sits like silent clams and lets the people get their concerns aired but not answered. No wonder we in opposition to CRT are frustrated. We want actual information. How does our board safeguard our students against critical race theory? I'm before you to suggest that this board request a presentation as a community service on CRT by the school board in the hope that there can be answers provided as to what our children are being taught at present. The curriculum is being withheld from inspection, not only by interested members of the community and parents, but also actually from new board members who have repeatedly requested access. So I would wonder if we couldn't somehow crack open this mystery of CRT in our community by some action that you might take so we could find out just where it is and how we stand here. Thank you.
We could call for a presentation from this school board or whoever is in charge. And then we could all get ready to go to jail as domestic terrorists. Thank you, Ms. Sterrett. We agree with you. Okay, any further public comment? Ms. Sterrett?
Jerry Turner.
Today, COVID-19 and 5G are being used as cover to bring in starting the New World Order by the New World Order puppet elite, with a great reset being brought in by COVID-19 and 5G. I gave an open public comment several months past that the COVID-19 vaccine may cause deaths. Some council members in Minden chuckled. In the commissioners' meeting August 5th, 2021 at 1:01 p.m. at 42 minutes 50 seconds, on the video, a lady stated in open public comment that 45,000 people had died from vaccine injections in 3 days, as is being covered up. I wonder how many council members want to chuckle now. I didn't say that being a lucky guess. I said that because that's what was happening in India at the time. Hitler's propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels made the statement, the bigger and longer the lie, parentheses, flooding the zone, parentheses, the more believable. Just watch propaganda TV, COVID-19. After World War II and the Nuremberg trials under Operation Paperclip, scientists and military personnel were brought to America from Germany, intermixed with our scientists, military, and government bureaucracy. Their ideologies came with them. COVID-19 and 5G is a new, bigger, and longer lie, and now the Delta variant. A second pandemic minimum wanted, as stated by the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board documents, with head Dr. Anthony Fauci on the board. Watch the video, quote, the Global Health Mafia Protection Racket, parentheses, check out Amazing Polly on minutes, exclamation mark, she is amazing, parentheses, unquote. At 36 minutes and 30 seconds, stated in the document, they want a second pandemic, 2 pandemics minimum. I also made a statement in open public comment that world leaders have accounts in Switzerland for globalist money barons that get paid for world leaders who go along with the globalist agenda. I suggest knowing how some of these globalists operate. This happened to Japan and the Olympics.
30 seconds, Jerry. Time's Japan. up, Jerry. Pardon me? Time's up. To be continued in the next open public comment.
This meeting is adjourned. Look, we have another closing comment, public comment.
Ted Gaines. As I told you earlier, you people who were in that meeting, the audit member has verified and seen that the inspection cards were signed and done and changed. Now, I think when they're changing certified documents, there's only a few people in the county can do that. That's almost fraudulent. And that needs to be looked into. Mr. Cates seems to be adamant about what he's doing here. I called the state of Nevada, requires state law that the inspectors be certified in certain things, life safety things. NRS states they will be certified. They're not certified. Tim Davis has a pretty good resume here, but I see Tim Davis's name on commercial plan checks. He don't have a certification for commercial plan checks. So we're going to make a deal and say, okay, you can be our head inspector, but you go ahead and get your qualifications. The man I talked to from NICC said that's not acceptable. If they're not certified in it, they're not supposed to do it. The inspectors that are not certified aren't supposed to be doing the certification. And if, as I understand the conversation that I got from the people I talked to, our head inspector, Tim Davis, wants to say, I'll cover for him, that is not acceptable to them. Now, the man checked on my license and everything before he sent me all these. He wouldn't talk to me until then. Then he checked on my license, he called me back, he faxed me all these documents on the certifications, the non-certifications of our inspectors. And a person from Sacramento has called me. They're going to come up probably next week if he can get the time and go over this with me, because they are not supposed to be doing inspections. Mr. Tarkenton just bought a house here. So it's a good chance that his house was inspected by an unqualified person. Now, I'm a licensed contractor. I pay for top fees to do whichever. I pay for my water fees before they give me my building fees, so I don't know how these people get away with water. But when I pay for an inspector, I expect a qualified, good inspector. Out of this meeting, I heard rumors that we can't afford good inspectors. That's not our problem. That's Pat's problem. That's our management, I've been telling you about, this problem. If they would have charged the people that had built these buildings with non-permits and on and on and on, they would have the money. Now, I appreciate some of you people went to a retirement party here yesterday. That's a good thing. The person is a nice person. But what you guys need to do is go talk to the people that have quit the county. You'll get the real facts. There's several of them that's quit this county. An Inspector Hunter, Eddie Kohler, several other ones. And there's other people that just are quitting right now will give you what's really going on in this county. And it all comes down to management. The one person that's leaving the county right now came here because he wanted to have the rural atmosphere. He said, Douglas County makes California look good. I'm going back. Now, that's a pretty good compliment, isn't it? That's a fact. Thank you. But you need to talk. You guys need to spend time talking to the people that are leaving Douglas. You will get the actual facts. And again, if you think I'm not telling the truth, I'm more than happy to sit down with any one of you at any time. Thank you again, and I appreciate your time. It's kind of late.
This meeting is now adjourned.